Or
Are we recording?
Yep, looks like it.
All right. Do we want to do the recap or the question first?
Let's do recap first.
All right. Last time, our heroes decided to return the mysterious brooch they retrieved from Gadrin Lamb's stockpile. Queen Iliosa Arabasti, the late king's widow, told them that she desired to restore order and stability to the city, and in recognition of your past services, she has rewarded you handsomely for returning your brooch. Queen Iliosa then called upon you once again, asking for your assistance in quelling the riots and restoring peace to Corvosa. She promised Luca that she would help him locate his missing daughter once the city's turmoil subsided. With this offer in mind, she sent you to meet with the Field Marshal, Cressida Croft, for your first official assignment. That assignment was to capture Varric Van Kaskerken, a deserter from the Corvosan Guard, who had taken refuge in an old butcher's shop called All the World's Meat. Acting swiftly, you headed straight to the location to apprehend Varric. Upon entering the shop, you encountered a rowdy group of ex-guards who put up a fight. However, you managed to subdue them and secure the premises. You searched the shop for any clues or information, and Merrick made a grisly discovery, an unsettling pile of refuse containing evidence of human remains. As if the revelation of potential foul play wasn't enough, danger lurked beneath the surface, as hidden among the refuse were reef claws, waiting to ambush their next meal. Merrick, as well as the allies who jumped in to save him, narrowly avoided being crushed to death. Miss anything?
Just that we got our ass handed to us by some lobsters. I mean, you talked about it, but I don't think we can stress how much we got our asses handed to us by those things.
yeah,
I mean, it was our own fault, granted.
Yeah.
But we had the worst luck for our die rolls that whole thing.
It was the lobster revolution.
Also, since it probably got lost in the sauce, separate thing, I'm just going to repost what Michael said that we could find off those people. Because something tells me at least the cure light wound potions might be handy for the people who are unconscious.
I think with the level up, we all gained at least a couple hit points, so everyone's back up.
True.
Indeed. Which then brings us to the question for today, which is, let me put this in edit so I can go ahead and put your answers when you tell me them. How did your character feel about returning the mysterious brooch to Queen Iliosa? Did you have any reservations or concerns about her intentions?
No, right off the bat, I mean, Vic was fine with it. She seemed like she said the right things to get the city back in work.
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
How does your character feel about returning the mysterious brooch to Queen Iliosa? Do you have any reservations or concerns about her intentions?
Luca feels beyond, like out of his element and like beyond his like not like comfort zone, but just like he's clearly not meant to hobnob with nobles or even speak to them often. He thinks that the queen felt like she was reading from a script, so he's not sure how much of her is real or fake. So he's taking whatever she says with a grain of salt. But again, that could be his opinion for all nobility, because that seems like a common thing people would have for nobility.
I would say for Barrow Walker, he's ultimately whatever about returning the brooch itself, but as for he felt about the queen, he doesn't feel super good about the association. He doesn't really have like any evidence about it. It's like a gut feeling, you know. you feel it in your bones, but it's like he's just getting a kind of a bad vibe, and he does not like it. He couldn't put his finger on it if he tried, but it's like there's something off about that one, and it makes him uncomfortable.
All right.
Yeah, Mark doesn't see much significance in the brooch beyond thinking it's just like a family heirloom or something. But as far as the mission, he's withholding judgment until he could get both sides of the story, but he is definitely feeling suspicious about everything that's going on and is wondering why neither side wants to talk to them to state their case.
I am absolutely not withholding judgment. I am judging immensely.
I can't say I have much in the way of feelings one way or the other on it yet. It's obviously... Question is, I mean, out of character, if she did kill him, it's probably going to be a plot point we tackle. If she didn't, it's probably going to be a plot point we tackle. So we'll learn one way or the other. In character, he's similarly undecided. It's causing a lot of problem and mayhem around town, which ain't good. But suspicion of the queen, not particularly at the moment.
All right.
I think I just established also that Luca just doesn't trust any nobility, so there's that. He's like, the job is to lie.
So last we left you guys, you had apprehended Varric and his goons. So now it is up to you to decide what to do next.
First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get, it's based on his name, Merrick, out of that tunnel and inform him that he should probably, put some time into acrobatics so he can actually fucking jump.
I mean, you're not wrong, but at the same time here, if you want to try jumping with this breastplate on, I want to see how well you do.
You see me jump twice as far as Merrick can. I
Seems
don't
like
actually.
a skill issue.
He's not denying it's like a skill, but he's also pointing out that he's also unskilled and with a handicap.
I will say that the Varric, the leader of this gang, I do have actual manacles that I put on him specifically.
All right.
The other ones are all tied by the arms and legs to the point where they can still walk, but they have limited range of movement.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all they're all tied together. So because we're not going to be able to carry all of them to the guards, so we're going to have to basically wait for them to wake up because all of them were knocked out non-lethally. So they'll wake up in an hour or so, and then we're just going to haul their ass there and make them walk.
Well, if we want answers, there is a big boiling pot of water downstairs that we could suspend one of them over if you want to interrogate.
Could be worth it, especially since we found evidence of human bodies and a skeletal hand with a ring on it. Thank you, Merrick.
The reason I went down there, so glad.
No, this is legitimate. Thank you. This is legitimate. Thank you.
And he's, legitimately accepting it. I'm just pointing out how it definitely caught him off guard by how hard he had to fight to get it.
Right. All I know is I'm going to really enjoy my next reef cloth fritters a little bit more this time.
Investigating the ring, are there any obvious markers or indicators on it?
Or does someone need to roll a spellcraft or whatever have you?
Knowledge nobility.
Yep. Knowledge local even.
Give me just a moment. What is that section labeled? Okay.
I got a few channels. Do we want to top off? How's everybody doing overall?
I could use some healing. Also, if we're going to interrogate, I suggest the kid that you fought initially, Barry Walker. He seemed the most cowardly and most likely to leak something. We can take him to the other room. Maybe suggest that we were told to bring them in dead or alive. I don't know. I'm not the one I'm good at making somebody seem afraid, but I'm not good at the lying part.
I would add, technically speaking, and I point to Eric, the guy that we were sent for. We were only told to bring him in dead or alive. The other
Sure.
4 can be very much dead if you wish to inform them of that.
I just feel they might feel more inclined to tell us something if they're separated.
Use all 3 of my channels, and that gives us 11 hit points for whoever needs it.
And boy, did I need it. I only had 8 hit points left, so.
I had 6 after gained some hit points from leveling
Same.
up.
So as far as the ring goes, it is a mithril ring with tiny slivers of obsidian, but other than that, it doesn't have a name on it or anything, any other distinguishing marks.
Is it just valuable, or can we appraise it?
Yeah, you can give me an appraise check on it.
Anybody have that trained?
I hope the banker does.
Yeah, but it's like my worst skill just because of intelligence.
Shit.
I'm not dumb.
I feel like this falls under metal and gems.
You could probably get with that roll, you could probably get a couple hundred gold pieces for it, but you don't know exactly how much it's worth.
And does the obsidian, is it aligned in any kind of pattern or symbol that you recognize?
Not that you know of.
What about your mama?
So yeah, who wants to lead the charge in trying to get information out of the boy? And we'll grab this guy and pull him into the other room before they all wake up to question him.
Need to question him.
Which guy?
This one, he was the one that was having a hard time at the beginning with Barrow Walker.
Yeah.
So he seemed to be the most cowardly of the bunch.
So you're gonna pull him into where?
Just like the next
Just
room
the
or
second
something. And that way, look over at Vic and Barrow. Either of you good at lying? I could intimidate and make stand menacingly, but don't ask me to lie. He'll see right through it.
I hurt people. That is about the extent of it.
I'm happy to question it.
So I will go in here just to stand on guard with Vic. Probably the rest of us will stand out and watch the rest, I imagine, since.
Yeah, I can stand watch over the rest of these.
How are you guys doing with sense motive? I got pretty decent sense motive if you need a truth teller.
Mine's 4. Not
I got
high.
+7.
I mean, if you want to go in there and help him, I can stand out here and watch. I'm good. I'm a better guard anyway.
Okay.
So you guys can question, and I'll stay out here and stare at the unconscious bodies.
Wait for him to wake up, and for that, just say to Mary,
And I could do a heal check if it will help wake him up.
Yeah, you can give me a heal check.
I think he was going to say something to you first.
Okay. Well, it takes time to wake him up anyway, so what were you saying?
Just to the group, he would say, everyone's invited to question him. And or bound. I think of any questions that need to be asked.
Yeah.
And our objective is to suss out what their objective is, or is there anything else?
They were clearly doing something here, other than just giving out meat.
Mm-hmm.
So one, we want to know what they were really doing here. We want to
Yeah.
know why they were so insistent on leaving the guard now when they're like so short. At least that's what Luca would want to know.
I think if we kind of apply pressure from the sense of accusing him of cannibalism, as he kind of gestures towards the finger with the ring on it over the slaughter bed,
Yeah,
that might make him defensive
basically
and try
make
to
him-
tell the truth to save him from.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, just hold out the arm, be like, "We found this under the grates. Who have you been eating?" Kind of thing.
Right. Where's your meat really coming from?
Yep. Is the Soylent Butcher made of people?
Where's the beef?
Would humans be considered beef? I think so.
It's a good
Not
one.
beef, but red meat.
I thought we were
red
called
meat,
long
yes.
pork. So we're the other white meat.
I don't know. That might be a California thing.
I was making a reference to that show, Archer.
I've never seen it.
The butler at one point talks about going to a cannibal's tribe and be like, "They gave us the best food I've ever had. Called it long pork."
All right. Well, you've got this guy in here, Vic. Merrick is waking him up. What's your method here?
He's going to use his studied target to study the kid for a minute. He's going to offer him some water.
Yeah, he'll take some water.
Merrick slaps out of his hand, he'll just instantly thinking he's going to be bad cop.
You're
How did I know you were going to do that, Loki?
Even odds.
I have this mental image in my head of you guys are in the other room. We got the door closed, but we can still hear the muffled sounds of the interrogation. The rest of us are standing here, and we just hear Vic very muffled. Would you like some water? And the guy goes, yes. And then we just hear you step up and slap it, and my head just hangs a little bit like. Ugh.
Maybe I should have been the one that went in there.
Now, Merrick, we're not to be angry until he stops.
I'm sorry, these people are serving people on a platter as he kind of holds up the finger.
You see him look visibly nervous when you show him the finger.
Oh, there's some recognition. Who is this?
I don't know.
Got a sense motive on that one.
Vic. He might not have known their name. But as soon as he pulled it out, there was definitely a look of recognition.
How many people have y'all slaughtered, and are you serving them to the neighborhood?
He says, "Who are you? You're not even a cop."
With that, Vic will take out his cold iron kunai, which is like a really heavy, dense dagger. I'll put it on the table and take out his flail, and he's going to tip and intimidate and say, I'm worse than a cop's son. I work for my god, Abadar. He must get his due. +1 for... Oh, no, that's baked in.
Yeah, he is definitely intimidated by you, and he says, I didn't do any of it. It was all about Drago.
So my other two questions, are you serving human meat to the people around here? As long as you answer
You
my
keep saying
questions.
that, but all you've got is a finger.
A finger beneath a slaughterhouse in the butchering grate. I
It's a
think
butcher
that's
shop.
yeah, with a human finger in the waste trough.
There were other human parts.
In a city that's struggling to find meat and cattle from the outside, but there's abundance of people. Where you gain your meat from?
He'll have to say, Varric gets it for us.
Sense move, see if he has some idea. Because he's noticing that he gets it, but he's not suggesting that he doesn't know what it is.
Varric might get some of the meat.
So he may get it, but that doesn't answer my question of, is it human?
He looks you in the eyes and goes, you don't have any proof that it's human.
See, that an innocent person would be aghast at the notion of selling human meat. A defensive person suggests otherwise.
Purely out of character, they could just be cutting up other non-human humanoids, like exclusively.
Yeah, out of character, when you say, like, how do you say humanoid in this world? Like, if you say human, is it only humans, or is it include
Probably just people.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
People meat. Yep.
Are you serving other types of people?
Yeah, I don't think they're serving people.
A vague question.
Have you butchered other humanoid?
You're really quiet,
Yeah,
Cope.
that's
Y-
also
Yeah, and you're rubbing a bag of chips across the microphone.
Is that better?
No more bag of chip moving, but still kind of quiet.
Now he's just pure quiet.
Mhm.
There's no sound. There's only Zool.
I think he disconnected from the call.
Oh yeah, Nope, now he's back.
Now no audio input.
so Richard has attained wind tunnel.
Oh, have I? Is it coming and going, or is it just?
It's coming and going.
Coming and going.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's because there actually is a fan in our room, so I'll go ahead and point it elsewhere.
Gotcha.
Elsewhere at Cope.
Oh, now he's just on the other side of the house.
No, I think that was Richard telling as well.
Oh.
Yeah, just tell my wife.
No, Cope's in Richard's house now.
Hey, can I borrow your mic, Richard?
Is the wind tunnel better?
Yeah.
Yeah, all good.
Cool. Man, if it picks up that, I'll have to be really careful when I'm chewing something.
Yep. He says he must restart.
All right, we'll just take a bio break then. Anyone needs to go to the restroom.
I'll top off my water while we're waiting. Be right back.
Yeah. I'm gonna drink. We'll be right back.
Hey, is that any better?
I think.
I think so. It
Is
was
that any better?
still seems a little on the quiet side, but I could hear you better than before.
All right, hold on a minute. Let me try something else.
I'm back.
Seem to be about the only one. Scope is restarting again.
I'm back.
It's
Howdy.
louder. Now I can hear the atmosphere. Bounces off your mic.
I haven't heard his voice yet.
Was that an airplane in the background? Like it sounded like an airplane might have been flying overhead, and we heard it through the mic.
I'm pretty sure he reversed whatever his problem was, so instead of not being able to hear him, we could like hear the color of his shirt.
Yep, interrogation calls and encounter technical difficulties.
I'm back.
I think Cope is still trying to figure out his mic situation.
Got it. So purely out of character here, what are we trying to get from these people? 'Cause, Bear Walker's just going along with whatever you guys want to do, following your lead. But like, out of character, I'm still trying to figure that out.
Merrick's trying to figure out what if this is in fact a rebel base or resistance base. Just trying to figure out what their goals are and what they know about the Queen. But now that it's seeming more and more likely that they are killing and serving people,
once again, purely out of character, we have no evidence that they're serving people, only that they are using this place to dispose of bodies.
Right. But the fact that they're selling meat in a butcher shop at a time when apparently it's very difficult to get cattle and whatnot in.
And at least
that's correlation, not causation.
Right. But at the same time, he's not saying no.
For my in-character reasoning, Luca's more of the opinion of this is going to determine how well I treat these people because he is a family man of the city. Yeah. And if they're feeding people, other people, we're probably not going to bring them back. Yeah. At least not living.
Because originally he was just bringing that up as a way to try and get him off footing and, trying to say he's innocent of that by incriminating himself otherwise. But he doesn't seem to be leaning away from the notion of serving people meat.
I guess just for me, out of character, there feels like there's a leap of logic here that I'm not quite following you over the gap.
Like I said,
it's a staunch denial of feeding people meat, but also clearly being shifty about it.
I mean, rule one, you don't tell the cops shit, even if they're wrong.
I mean, Victor did say he wasn't a cop. I mean, all cops say they're not cops, but that's beside the point.
I feel like if you're doing an egregious crime or if you're doing a crime and get accused of cannibalism when you're not doing cannibalism, it's easy to say no. But I could also understand not saying shit to a cop, but still, he was trying to use it as a leverage.
Honestly,
point,
that's a leverage point you can put in. Like they're going to jail regardless. But are they going to jail for money laundering, fucking normal crimes, or fucking cannibalism? Because I imagine some of them are going to be handled a lot worse than others.
Yeah,
that's probably a good way to.
Yeah, because we're only ordered to bring one person in, but if it's a matter of they're killing
and even he was dead or alive, we just get a better reward if he's alive.
Yeah, but again, it's one of those of if they're just part of a resistance and otherwise are just trying to act for the good of the people, Merrick has no inclination of bringing in the others. He's not opposed or against it. But if they are killing people and then butchering them and selling them to the neighborhood, then he's gonna fucking bring them in a heartbeat.
I feel like there's a middle option here where they left the guard because they just wanted more money and they just kill people and take their stuff and then sell that stuff to people without needing to feed people humans.
But again, then the question is, at a time where we're not getting livestock in the city very easily, where's the meat coming from?
No one what type of meat is it? People to other people. It's just fun.
I mean, I could be wrong.
Listen, Kenneth, you're not playing the lizard folk anymore. Calm down.
I could be wrong. I am just getting a strong Critical Role chair vibe right now, is all it is. Where I feel like there's going to be.
Sometimes you have to have those moments, okay?
No, I hear you. I'm just, since we're waiting for Cope, I'm just out of character having this discussion where it's like sometimes we get really dialed in on one thing and it's completely a dead end.
Have you seen how apparently they made reference of that chair again in the newest campaign?
Yeah, I heard about it, but
yeah, I haven't watched it yet either. But yeah, apparently they make reference of it and to really fuck with Matt. I mean, this is off the same group that fucking at one point at the start of the third campaign.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
much better.
Loud and clear.
But anyway, Sam made it canon that one of the other robots that were part of like his whole group was named Pussy.
Yep.
Just to fucking troll him. So I wouldn't put it past him. Anyway, nice
So
to see you back up.
all I'm saying is, out of character, I feel like we're putting a lot of carts before the horse by pursuing the cannibalism just because someone doesn't deny it. Like that's
Well, it's not that he's not denying it. It's not just that, but again, it's that where's the meat coming from? If
Also, why wouldn't you deny cannibalism?
especially when it's what are you serving here? And it is. I mean, I feel like a butcher would say, "Oh, we bring in livestock from such and such."
Also, I'm not the one asking the question, so I'm leaving that to them.
Yeah, that's why this is an out of character thing.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
He's also pretty much told you that there are candles at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're done questioning this guy. I don't think he's going to give us anything else.
Seems like it.
Go on to the next one.
This is question
Your
the
friend
ringleader.
told us everything. You were in there for 2 minutes.
Yeah, no much.
He's kind of an idiot.
Guys, I think they might be bad at this.
Yeah, we agree. Go ahead and study this new guy,
All right.
and then mess around with the tools to intimidate him and say,
Well, Miracle, if he's unconscious, Miracle, do you want me to do another heal check to wake him up?
yeah, I'm not very good at talking to unconscious people.
Yeah, go ahead and do another heal check.
Great at talking to unconscious people. They don't argue back.
This is true.
They're such good listeners.
Wait a minute, he's unconscious, so if we ask him if he's doing cannibalism and he says nothing, that means he is.
Exactly.
Is that 16 the heal check?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're able to stoke him awake.
Vic will study him and say, we've been given leave by the Queen to either bring you in alive or dead. The way you answer these questions will help us determine which one it will be.
Along with your compatriots.
We'll give them intimidate.
Look, I'm already caught. Just ask your questions.
Why did you leave the guard?
Let me check that intimidate really quick. Because he might give you some additional information with that. What was your exact question again?
Why did you leave the guard?
Yes.
He says, I was influenced by others.
Sense motive that.
You detect that he is being truthful that he was influenced by others to leave the guard.
Okay. Are you part of the faction that convinced you to leave, or are you acting independently?
It's complicated.
I'm sure it is. We're just... Well, and he would again hold up the finger and say, who would this belong to?
He would see the finger and he would look at you very surprised, and he'd say, is this some kind of joke?
Found it right beneath the grate there.
Sure you did. I'm not going to let you gaffle me up on some shit I didn't do.
So no recognition of it. I'll do a sense move on that one too.
Heyo.
His reaction definitely seems more genuine than Corello, the guy you had in just a moment ago.
Okay.
Have others been acting out of this building?
The only people acting out of this building have been me and my boys in there.
Also, just sorry to interrupt, because Vic would marry. The guy did mention someone else has been handling all the butchering. What was that name again, Michael? You said the one day question first. He said when they asked him about the butchering and the possible eating people or butchering people, he said such and such handles all of that.
No, yeah. Corello said that Varric handles obtaining the actual meat.
Okay. Gotcha. I just misheard then. Never mind.
But you guys asked Varric about that yet.
Vic would ask, do you know how then there are body parts under the butchering grate?
Human body part or people body parts.
I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Since that.
Seems truthful.
Where have you been obtaining your meat?
I've got contacts.
You're going to have to be more forthcoming than that.
What sort of livestock?
Cows and pigs mostly.
All right. Do a quick sense motive, and if it seems Merrick believes it, all right. He seems legit. All right. So glad we could check cannibalism off the legit list, at least in his mind.
Are your contacts the ones that helped influence you to leave the guard? Your livestock providers?
You're not going to find too much fruit barking up this tree, buddy.
Why would your little what was his name? The one that we questioned first?
Mello?
Corello.
Corello.
I was close.
Why would Corello have a source of recognition or knowledge about the finger and the ring, but you wouldn't? Are the other four acting independently from you?
I don't like what you're suggesting.
That maybe your companions are doing something behind your back? Keeping you out of the loop or something?
It's possible.
Okay, so you're not too closely affiliated with them.
Well, I've been in the same building as them for the last couple of days, but I've mostly been keeping here, and then he sort of gestures to the makeshift bed and the...
Can I do a heal check on the finger and kind of determine how old it might be?
Yeah. It could, with that, you think it could have been here before they got here, but then the question arises of how to get here then. It's not like a skeletal finger. It's like an intact, fleshy finger.
But decomposed at least a couple days worth?
Yeah.
Okay. How long ago do you say you took up residence here? You and your folk back there?
I forget how many days it's been, but it would have been a day or two after the riots started.
Okay, so that's just a couple days then, because I feel like the riots are still very fresh.
Yeah, it's not like been going on for a week or anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're leaving the guard, and the ones who persuaded you to. Did it have anything to do with the king's death?
He says, what doesn't have to do with the king's death right now?
That's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the queen after you specifically?
Technically, it's the captain of the guard, not the queen.
Yeah, the captain of the guard had us.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were given this mission.
So
The
I
queen
gotcha.
told us to go work for the captain of the guard, and the captain of the guard said she needed this guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
that's
for
a
the
good point.
clarification.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
yeah,
I
so-
just a quick out of
Nope,
character Gabo.
You're good.
said it.
I appreciate it. It's been a couple weeks for me, but only been a
Mhm.
day for Merrick. Why would the captain of the guard be looking to apprehend you specifically? I doubt you're the only deserter. It sounds like there's quite a few, but he's the only one that named you specifically.
If I were to guess, I'm a higher rank, able to convince more people of my cause.
Okay, so the people that convinced you were lower ranks.
He looks at you and he says, "Dang, you thugs really don't ask questions."
Uh-oh, the popo. We better get him delivered.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Jeez, it's
I
the
gotta hide
claws.
for a second. Okay, they drove on by.
You're a ghost in the machine. They wouldn't have seen you anyways.
Unless there's a ghost cop car in the machine.
Oh God, Norton antivirus found him.
Ghost machine.
No, you see, that was McAfee in the background.
Oh fuck. Fucking McAfee.
So I guess what was the selling point that convinced you to get out of the guard? At this point, we're just trying to figure out what's going on so that we don't end up on the wrong side of history, I suppose.
Oh boy.
Meanwhile, Luke is over with Bear Walker. I feel like this would have gone easier if we just broke one of their legs or something.
That well, I still have that hammer from the butcher shop, so I'm just kind of like twirling in the hand. I agree. Just say the word, and we can go in there and straighten it out.
You're more than welcome to, out of characterly.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
let us get
Yeah.
done with this guy, and then I do want to question the next three, and we can just start getting.
I was saying,
brutally violent.
before you go back to it, Luke, just like when you suggested, no, Merrick needs to learn. He's a growing boy.
Does
So
he-
last question.
What convinced him to leave the guard? Like, we understand that his, some of his peers.
How do you
convinced him to do
profit
but-
from it?
but yeah, what was the motivation? What was the selling point that convinced him to leave?
He says personal interest.
Do you have a family?
Mark,
Can he
I
explain?
would
It's
kind
the
of twitch
apples,
at that, not really liking that particular question.
And he looks you up and down, Vic, and he says, "No."
Gonna sense motive that. 30.
It's unlikely all his relatives are dead. But then again, you guys are not cops who just kicked down the door, beat the shit out of them, and are now asking for your next of kin.
Man, why don't we have that spell?
Because none of you are wizards.
Yep.
This is true. I feel like that should be something that's on the Inquisitor spell list.
Probably is.
I think Mark would sigh and just go through the door and say, "All right, maybe one of you guys step in there because I've not the greatest at this, I suppose."
I looked at Luca. Like, the nonverbal want me to?
I'm sorry, repeat that? I didn't hear that last line. My internet was breaking.
I look at
Mark
I
is
look at
tagging
Luke-
one of you in, or both of you.
Yeah.
in.
Okay.
I look at Luca and give the nonverbal, do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll just nod him in. You can handle it.
I nod. I'm gonna enter the room. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use that hammer and I'm just gonna bring it down on his ankle.
Well, I guess I'm carrying one of them.
So just I let that sink in for a moment. Rule 1, guys, never go for the head.
Yeah.
Is he? I assume he's just like tied up on the floor.
He has manacles that have his hands behind his back at least.
He is at 0 hit points, so if you do that, he is probably going to go unconscious.
That's fine. Sometimes you gotta take him out a few times.
Fine, I won't break his ankle. Can I kick him in the stomach without knocking him unconscious?
Yeah, we'll see.
The man's awake. He's not a glass house here. So yeah, I low kick him in the stomach. I flip him over so he's on his belly. Put my knee on his back so my weight's on top of him, and then I take the hammer and I flip it around so with the top of the hammer I press it on the back of his head. Not enough to like hurt or do damage, but so he can just feel the weight of the weapon on his skull. And I'll say, I will be as clear as I possibly can be. We do not have to bring you in alive. You are beaten. You are either going walking or as a corpse. Now then, who convinced you to leave the guard, and where can we find them? Would you like me to do an intimidation?
Yes.
Please roll high. I worked very hard on the description. Okay, good.
There you go.
So let me look up the rules for intimidate. We are going to call this influencing an attitude.
Definitely. I would argue that as well.
10 plus the target's hit dice plus the target's wisdom modifier. You rolled a 26. It's very likely that you do make it, but I'm just going to check. 10 plus 14. Yep. You do, in fact, pass by about 10. Which means... isn't there usually an influence chart that shows you?
This one I think doesn't actually have a chart because it's like a temporary thing rather than
It uses the diplomacy one. It just lets you use intimidation instead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how many
Yeah, the influence charts and stuff for like diplomacy are really good. I just constantly forget that they're a thing.
yeah, same. So the DC, if they were indifferent towards you, would be 15 plus the charisma modifier.
Well, no, the intimidation bypasses that. We're just looking at the results.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would go up from...
Oh, for every 5 by which you succeed the DC, the character's attitude increases by 1 step. So if you pass by 10, it goes up 3 steps?
Yeah, because it includes the initial success. So even if
I'm not sure if he's actively hostile right now anyway.
Even if he was hostile, that would still get him to
friendly.
So that's pretty much spill guts territory.
Yeah, he tells you he reveals that it was Malia Arcona's idea to leave the guard and form a gang to help feed the locals. You guys would recognize the name Arcona, as that is the noble house which controls most of Old Corvosa. I'm going to share a handout with you in just a second.
You see, Merrick, this is how you bad cop.
You're fair. That's fair. he wasn't willing to go so far as to inflict violence on somebody, but it gets the job done. And also shows somebody that put ranks in intimidate.
You guys have the basic information there on the House Arcona
Ah, there it is.
that just anyone would know. I did click show to players.
All right. Give me a moment to quickly read this.
Do we want to have Kenneth do the dramatic reading for the recording?
Guess.
I don't know. We just always have you do the dramatic readings.
I stumble over my words when I read stuff off a piece of paper, so.
And I just rap got it like 3 times. So
I'm in support, but I can also read it if you don't want to, Kenneth.
I guess I do that. House Arcona, led by Lord Glorio Arcona, an ancient Chilaxian noble house. The Arconas escaped financial ruin 250 years ago by gambling everything on a risky trading mission to the impossible kingdom of Avudra. The gamble paid off as their lone trading vessel, the Reprieve, returned with enough spices and luxuries to make them the second richest house in Corvosa overnight. The family worked quickly to turn its trading route to the impossible kingdoms into a massive merchant empire. As the money poured in, the Arconas grew decadent and eccentric, a reputation that the current lord of the house, Gloria Arcona, is trying to shake. Since taking the reins of the house several years ago, he has attempted at every opportunity to lift up the poor and provide them with enough sustenance to survive. These actions have made Glorio the most popular nobleman among the city's many poor and destitute. End of chapter.
Oh, look, it's not cannibalism. They just had rich people buying them things.
that's too real.
That wasn't a route I didn't see coming.
I said that there was a. Hold on, give me a moment. I gotta punch a wall in real life.
Is there a field outside that we could light on fire?
You know, there's always a field somewhere.
I take the hammer off of his back and then I slam it into the floor like an inch from his face, and then I put it back on the back of his skull and say, "Where can we find her?"
He would say she stays in the home of the House Arcona, the Arcona Palace in Old Corvosa. But good luck actually ever getting to her.
How did she communicate with you?
He points to the letters on the desk.
Oh yeah, love notes.
Mm-hmm. He can't see me because I'm on his back, but I turn and I look at Luca with just the look of, that enough?
That's enough. Let's take them all in.
I grab the back of his hair, bop his skull into the floor to knock him unconscious again, and I get off of him.
I was gonna have him walk, but I guess I'll carry him.
Should have been more specific with the lunatic.
I'll learn from now on.
Mm-hmm.
Good God, something is going on. Can y'all hear the helicopters?
No. Vaguely, yeah.
Well,
Tell
question
your
is
daughter
why
stop shooting at the police helicopters, Cope.
She just goes out there with a laser pointer.
There are people who do that and they get charged with horrible crime.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. They can locate them too now, like from a fucking 10 miles away.
Oh yeah, it's almost like you shined a laser point, feeling your exact location.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, by the sound of that, this lot was being funded by the second wealthiest house in Corvosa. It's most likely how they're getting their meat as well.
The question is, why would Arcona family want to destabilize and further cause problems for the most likely the poor and the common folk of the citizenry Something's weird. So either they're faking their
How is providing them food destabilizing?
the fact that they were making the guard leave the guard to let the riots continue. This could be, I don't know. I'm thinking too hard on this, and my brain hurts.
He did mention that you came here for a more profitable venture, right? So that does have some merit.
Politics are too complicated for me. Let's just take them in.
How many?
Let's just take them all in. The rest of them are coming too. They can walk. I made it so I made sure that they can shuffle. I'll carry the one you just knocked unconscious, and we'll just take them in.
Yeah, and you said they're all tied together in a.
Yeah, they're tied in like a prison line, chain gang line of rope. The only one that actually has the actual shackles is Varric in particular.
Are you guys going to rest at all before you head out?
This is going to be a big old target we're painting on ourselves right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, since there looks to be 5 cure light wounds on the offending people, we should probably all take one.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
I'm max health, but I can put one in my pocket.
Yeah, it's just nice to have everyone have one just in case.
Yeah.
Wait, they're more than that.
It said ×4 cure light wounds potion, and then the Varric himself has has 3, so there's 2 extra.
Yeah, Luca, why don't you go ahead and Merrick? Why don't y'all go ahead and take those 2 extra, and then we can each have one more.
Works for me.
Because we're, I think, the 2 hurt of the 2 most hurt right now. And I will say that during this whole thing, after he came out from the sewer and stuff, I'll say the reason he does it for flavor's sake is his armor is disgusting from rancid meat and stuff under that trough. So he's taking Varric's armor to wear.
All right.
Upgrades, people. Upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
And I will take since no one else seemed to need it, I'm going to take the composite longbow as well.
I would like to take the 20 plus 1 arrows, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I just figured since I think I'm the only one that has the strength to use the composite right now.
Yeah.
There was also a silver dagger on Varric's desk.
Yeah, I can look into that. I don't know if it is a plot relevance or if it's just loot, but I seem to be the dagger guy, so.
All right.
Anything notable about it, or is it just a dagger of silver?
It just appears to be a normal silver dagger.
Oh wait, there's a total of 20 masterwork arrows? I'll take those 2 if nobody objects.
Wait, where do you see 20 masterwork arrows?
Yeah. Combat gear.
Yeah, no, sorry. For some reason, my brain processed that as masterwork daggers. I'm like, wait, 20 masterwork daggers.
This sounds like an arms dealing operation.
Kier, do you want the Tanglefoot bags and Thunderstones, or does anyone else want those? They seem your kind of shtick, so.
Yeah, 8.
Yeah, 8 of each of those. So.
I'm trying to keep the Batman comparison
longbow.
minimal, so I'll skip the gadget belt.
Have we already divided up the gold?
No. Also, we need to get Barrow Walker a blink back belt, just so he can have a belt accessorizing his outfit.
Well, one of the possible vigilante talents I might get higher level. I could select one throwing weapon, in this case daggers, and they all gain the returning property whenever I throw them.
So just have strings on each one of them.
No, they bounce around the Captain America's shield and return to my hand, obviously.
Do you also want the Thunderstones, Kenneth?
Yeah.
And if we divide the gold evenly, it's 19 gold and 2 silver each person.
Okay. You know, we have had a remarkably low body count this campaign so far.
I know we've actually done a lot of non-lethal stuff.
Mm-hmm. Wait, sorry, make that 22. A gold each. I missed that. I missed barracks gold.
Oh yeah, my money's gonna do a 360. my money just became 360.
Yeah, I get it.
Do a 360 and walk away.
So does Luca and Merrick need to do any healing before we head out?
I've got 17 hit points, so I'm a little above
19.
half.
Thought y'all were gonna go ahead and drink a potion each.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna drink the extra potion
Okay.
and just keep the one on me.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Because in and out of character, I'm recommending that. 'Cause, like I'm a marshal and I've got full hit points, which means I'm good to go. It's as good as a new day for me, except for that 1 point of fucking poison damage.
Yeah, I'm still down some hit points, but I'm at 25 now. I should be fine to.
Yeah, same here. 25 out of 27, so
to get from here to the guardhouse.
I'm out of spells and I'm out of channels, but at least I have my level in Zen Archer to make me viable in combat.
Fucking taking a note out of Cope's playbook over here.
Do you have a bow? I know you were looking for a short bow. Do you want?
Yeah, I was able to acquire a short bow from the storage before we left.
Why a short bow?
Eventually going to be mounted combat, and you can't do longbow on while mounted. But for the time being, I could do longbow.
Yeah, I was gonna say because not only do I have an extra longbow at this point, they also have longbows.
Okay, I'll take a longbow and get the extra damage or the upsize damage die.
I feel like sometimes like fantasy and video games have gotten people to mistake the sizes of the different kinds of bows because longbows are very large. It makes real sense why they can't be used on a horse. And they always imagine short bows as being like 2 feet across, but those are hand bows, which is something.
Oh yeah, so much of the stuff in like D&D is just because they'd like never seen an actual weapon.
Or like how 5e the padded armor gives disadvantage on stealth. Why the fuck would padded armor that's cloth give disadvantage on stealth?
Like if you look at Loki's picture for Marek, whatever. Sorry, I'm bad with names.
You're good.
That he's holding a bow in that one. Realistically, that would be a short bow, but fantasy tells people that's a long bow. I mean, it's not necessarily the famous British great bows, which were 7 feet long.
Those things I've seen those. Those things are enormous.
Those are fantastic. They're artillery. It's great.
Oh yeah, those things can punch a hole through a fucking tank. I've seen those things in action.
They've got like a 1.5 mile range. It's fantastic.
D&D, basically all versions since it's been created have subscribed to the heavy sword myth. All the swords are like 6 pounds, when in reality, real life swords are much lighter.
Oh yeah.
Also, people have a lot more swords than what actual medieval times would have suggested, because there are a lot more people uses like spears and fucking blunted objects.
Yeah, clubs and
stuff. There's a lot less metal to pay for.
I have a whole running thing where I think spears in general are undervalued statistically in the rules.
Oh, 100%. Any game you play, spears are always undervalued.
Spears are a fantastic weapon in real life. Like, they're easy to make, they're easy to maintain, the reach is fantastic.
They're easy to learn.
Yeah, any idiot can understand pointy stick goes in there. Like,
also, the most common armor was chainmail.
If your pointy stick longer, stay far away.
Yes, I think we're good. We're going to go ahead and take these people and escort them to the guardhouse.
All right. So before we head out, Barrel Walker is just going to clarify some stuff with you guys, saying that if we're going to be doing a prisoner convoy through the city, when we're going through a neighborhood that's sympathetic to these people, then we're going to need to play it smart. We're going to need one of our new number to peel out ahead of the group, leaving early, and try to move as stealthy as possible to scout the route and keep an eye out for ambushes, rather than just walking directly into it.
out of curiosity, do we need to bring the other 5 or other 4?
Luca wished it.
I do not wish to kill them for being greedy, but if it's a necessity, we can ditch them while just taking Varric back.
Were the other 4 guards people? Did they actually desert?
Yes. I'm pretty sure we established they were also
Mm.
guards.
I would think we were sent to bring back the deserters, so let's do it.
All right. So did you?
They're also all pretty heavily wounded,
Mm.
so if they do try to make a run for it, we can just...
I'm not worried about the prisoners.
Yeah. But I'm saying if someone tries to interfere and like cuts them free or something, well, the people who got cut free are going to get cut down.
And if we could always wait till later or night.
I feel like waiting till night is going to be more of a problem.
Yeah, that will be similarly disadvantaged with the darkness. We're better off moving in daylight.
And also, like, when you think about it logically, like, not in like character kind of thing, the people in this area, if they're really sympathetic and they want to fight us, they know this area better. Darkness is just going to help them, not us.
Yeah, and also out of character, most of us don't have dark vision, so it would be a detriment.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if we're concerned about the local people, then maybe if we moved them when everybody's asleep, it might be a bit safer. But of course, that presents other dangers. So
and it also presents the fact that probably not sleep in the riots right now. At least not very well.
And not to mention, the longer that we're in here, the more someone will realize something's amiss and have time to organize something.
Guys, I came for my T-bones. Guys.
Also,
DoorDash, I'm here for a pickup.
No, fuck off.
So
this is Galarian Eats. Here to pick up an order for Mark.
So, it sounds like Maro. Looks like you probably got the job for taking the lead scout, since I suspect you're the most stealthy out of us.
Very well.
I'll keep a lead on this caravan. If other people want to watch the back,
I could take a rear position.
Luca and Kier in the front, Merrick and Vic in the back.
Sounds good to me.
And then, we're going to head off to turn these fuckers in.
I'll just drop a quick stealth. I'm more of doing like the Assassin's Creed thing where you're blending in than anything else, but not my highest roll, but not terrible.
Hey there, fellow looters.
Riot.
As you guys travel through the city, you see that the guard has started to get sort of more handle on the riots, and overall things seem like they are looking better. Give me a D20 roll.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're the scout. We'll say you do it.
4.
All right. And then the people following him behind, give me 1.
Sorry, what was that?
The rest of us are given D20s?
Yeah.
That could be very good or very bad.
I only needed 1 for the rest because you have.
Okay.
I just wanted 1 for each group.
Okay.
Go with Richard's then.
Yeah, I mean, it was the
first
first one, so.
But everyone else can give me a perception check, except for Arrow, who's a little bit ahead.
Wow, we have some pretty good perception rolls.
Very slightly, you notice the ground is shaking.
Like all the ground, the buildings, or just under us?
Like it's kind of hard to tell. I imagine it would be, but under you definitely.
If I look over at a street table or a vendor's
Is there glass on a table that's jingling off the edge?
Are they moving?
Yeah.
Is there accompanying sound, or is it just a general rattling? Like, does it sound like something's heavy coming down the way, or is it just like a earthquake where everything's just kind of rattling as a whole?
If you wait, you hear coming from underneath your feet, muffled by the layers of concrete and such and stone that they've cobblestones that they've put down in the city. You hear, "I'm hungry."
Oh boy. I'm gonna start pushing all of our prisoners and ourselves off the road. Just kind of pushing them to the side of the road, at least in the immediate foreseeable future.
If I notice them starting to alter course, I'll start trying to circle back to them. Even if I don't notice this.
Yep. But yeah, push to the side of the road and kind of shuffle our feet a little bit faster. But imagine it's coming for us one way or another.
A little bit less caution at this point and more haste.
Moments after you hear that voice, another rumble issues from below your feet. And then suddenly around you, you see the city streets starting to crack apart and long fissures run across the bricks. And suddenly the road next to you bursts upward, casting chunks of rock into the air and raining bricks into the surrounding area. The stench of sewer filth and garbage belches forth, heralding the approach of a loud and hungry Adiog.
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 My Adiog. O-E-O-E-O.
So I will go over here. And set you guys up.
I'm not sure what an audiog is.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it.
Hit a bio real quick.
Is it the one that's spelled O-T-Y or something like that?
Oh, yeah, it's spelled O-T-Y-G-H. Oh. The garbage beast.
Oh.
I just never heard it said out loud before.
Yeah, I've never... I don't know how you would say that, but I've never said it out loud before. Adiog is definitely a good one for it.
That's what it's going to be from now on. For me, anyway. Drop this picture in the chat.
I think I might have looked it up, but yeah, I've been pronouncing it Adiog in my head.
Honestly, looking at the spelling, probably gun to my head, that's how I would go with it too. So, I like it.
It's like O2. But Adiog is hilarious.
Or like O2.
I'm just like looking at all the Google images of it, and they're all terrifying.
And you guys over now.
Is the third entry in how to pronounce then OTY is how to pronounce Otiog.
This is like the official Pathfinder image, so it's just pretty much the same, just the tentacles are slightly more tentacleified. You want to bring up the turn order and delete our old ones?
Yeah, I just get you guys in the order you want to be in.
Gotcha. Okay. I would say these guys are all up. All the prisoners are all up one and to the left. To make it easy on you.
Did they come up behind or ahead of us?
Yeah. Yep, there we
go. We're gonna say it came up ahead of you.
Okay.
Cinematic.
All right. So then maybe would I, since I was kind of like ahead of the group, loop back, could I be like down this alley here maybe?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, cool. Seems just like a logical place. And I think Cope said he was using a bio real quick. So. My bad initiatives again. But,
it's okay. That one got a 3.
Hey, it got 3. It's good.
We're good.
I only have a +3 to initiative, so it's not insane that I get like an 8. It's just a joke from when I was Manfred, because he had like +15 initiative and I kept getting 2s. He had like 10 decks and then improved initiative. Like the dude should have been Grease Lightning, but he never went first.
By the way, can we talk about how terrifying it is that creatures like this can just speak common?
Oh yeah, it's awful.
I mean, at least with the gelatinous cube cleaning the sewers, you don't have to hear it complaining there's not getting enough food.
Mm-hmm.
It just slides down. Every now and then someone scoops out some Jell-O and we're good.
There's definitely a few times in like Pathfinder's Glorian or some of the D&D settings where it does genuinely make me stop and wonder comparatively if Warhammer is the more nightmarish universe or not.
I mean, just think about it this way: in the real world, we at most have to worry about snakes coming up the toilet. In D&D, oh fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Before we get started, I needed to share. I was going to find the video and send it to you guys, but I couldn't find it again. But it was this person talking about what if the orcs from Warhammer met the Klingon from Star Trek?
Mm-hmm.
And the person was talking about it like either it's going to just go up in a fiery blaze of combative glory, or God forbid if they actually talk to each other before they killed each other. Mm-hmm. That means the Wa just got a new ally. Because the Klingon would love to fight to the death for just fighting's sake.
Yeah, that they would die because the orcs would definitely win.
Oh yeah, for sure. But they would still fight.
How big is that orc army that just landed on our planets? Trillions, and it's a small one.
Also, Klingons aren't very cleanly, so they probably wouldn't get rid of all the pieces afterwards.
Mm.
So even if they did win, there's round 2.
The descriptions of the planet of Armageddon, which has the largest ongoing consistent orc Wa in the universe, is insane. It's literally floating continents of scrap metal of the destroyed vehicles and tanks. There's so much rocket propellant constantly in the air, it no longer supports life because it's just exhaust fumes. Like, it's...
Yeah, there's also that one meme image from one of the games of a planet with more guardsmen stationed on it than molecules in the observable universe, and still has an orc presence.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Howdy.
I think we're all on the initiative now.
Yep, give me just a second. Let me get started. Vic guy. 6.
I also love the description of an orc Wa on a planet that the orc troop movements are observable from orbit because it's just a curtain of green that spreads out across continents. Like, God. Yep. And they're all shoulder to shoulder. It's nuts.
All right. Kier, you're up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm out of literally everything except the stuff we just picked up. So.
Secure the prisoners, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I'll.
No shame in leaving it to the muscle.
Mm-hmm. See if it even attacks us or if it smells something. Well, we know what it eats out of character, but.
Mm-hmm. I feel like anyone who sees this thing's face knows what it eats.
Everything.
I don't know. Those look like carrot-eating teeth to me.
Just a big funny rabbit.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, what up, Doc?
Vegetables. Feed me vegetables.
Celery.
This whole city needs to eat more fiber.
Food, water, atmosphere.
I'm thinking potluck. Anyway.
Rooftop gardens are good for community growth.
Now it has social opinions.
Well, if it can speak common.
All right, Luca, you're the top of the bad initiatives.
Well, going over this area, would this be either difficult terrain or is this just like a pit I would fall into? Like right here?
That is like a pit you would fall into.
Okay. So, for now, since I can't do anything else, I'm just gonna charge.
It is going to. Do you get attacks of opportunity on a charge?
Only not. They would, but they haven't acted in turn yet, so they don't get it until they acted in the combat.
Right.
No.
That's what combat reflexes is for. I just realized.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, give me your roll.
I'm just checking the boxes. Not flanking. Taking off bless. Okay. So I'm just going to use my halberd. 16 to hit.
16 will not hit.
Gotcha. That's all I got for now.
Barrow. Luca just thing to fail.
As a point of interest, a charge actually does not provoke attack of opportunity.
That's good to know either way then.
Huh.
Would you say that I was able to, since I was past it, I would have my stealth would still be applicable for catching it by surprise for this first attack?
I'll say yeah.
Okay. So then I will move up on the other side of it here to flank. Click on surprise. Come on. Come on, Crab Smasher. Show me what you got.
I like how you named it.
Fuck. You know what? No. I'm gonna spend one of those higher points. I'm gonna re-roll it. Fuck it. No. I refuse.
19 hit.
All right, so that's 11 points from the hammer, and then my greater. Oh yeah, and it would have been too high because of flanking. I forgot to include that, but it said hits. So then an additional 10 from my greater hidden strike, and then at the top of its turn, I'll get to take another swing at it.
Cool beans.
Oh.
Yep, I named the hammer Crab Smasher because my cold-addled brain decided that I like this thing now.
I hope it becomes your primary weapon for the foreseeable future.
I hope it becomes an artifact one day.
Does +4 damage to any crab-like creatures as you strike their weak points for massive damage.
Crustacean Bane.
Crustacean Bane. That's something that needs to appear in Skull and Shackles. Because spoilers, there will be a crab battle.
Crab battle. Anyway.
All right. Miracle 5-foot step and flurry of bows. Oh shit!
That's
Jesus Christ!
And it begins.
Already, it's level 3. Save some of the 20s.
Well, you don't crit confirm.
Yeah.
So it does do only the 6, right?
6, and if the second one hits, 8 or total.
Take solace that I still did more damage than him.
Yeah. So 6, 7, 8. 8 total, right?
For now.
Yep.
All right. You deal a hefty blow.
And that would be my turn.
It will actually charge as well. Doesn't charge add some
Adds
distance?
+2 to hit, doubles your movement speed, and -2 to your AC.
All right, so he's going to power attack. And with the reach weapon, he's flanking as well.
Yep.
So +2 to attack to this. So 12. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to hit. Which means it is finally
I get my free attack on it first.
All right.
So +2 to this.
That'll hit.
So that is 10 more damage, and then because I'm still flanking, lesser, so 15 points of damage total from Crab Smasher.
This thing is a crab, clearly.
It's crab adjacent.
Another crab.
I mean, everything eventually evolves into crab, so I think you're safe to think anything's a crab.
It's going to yell, "Stop that!" And it will 5-foot step over here. And then go to attack Barrow Walker.
Fair enough.
Did I not mark this down? Let me. I just want to. I don't remember if it has grab or if I didn't write it down, or if it just has the tentacles separate. Yeah, the tentacles have grab. So you're gonna get the full brunt of its attack this round, Barrow.
Okay.
It is a bite
Oof.
and 2 tentacles.
Out of curiosity, is one of us still under the effect of the harrow?
Ignore the second because it has set to roll both attacks. So
Yeah, all that will hit, and that will crit confirm. So that is going to be minus 23, and then the negative minus 10. That will put me at -5. And then the last one, so I am at negative 11 total. Hold on, for some reason I hit Hold on, I need to edit this. There we go. Negative 11 total. My constitution is 14, so I am not dead, but
Yeah.
I'm very deep down.
Really close.
Well, at least I got to do like 30 damage.
I was
guys.
gonna say you've done a fuck ton of damage to him, so it's not
Yeah,
gonna
the
a
rest is
lost
up
fight
to
there.
you, gang.
Yeah. Kier?
He stepped up and pointed at him. I think he's doing a JoJo pose. He thought it was an alchemist, but it's Dio. Sorry.
Alchemy items on here somewhere. The range is 10 feet. I think thrown items is it
10 feet usually.
Mhm.
And then -2, I think, for every additional.
yeah, but they have a max.
5 times for a throne.
Okay, so in theory I can hit. Let me
Touch.
so that is 25 over. Yes.
To shreds, you say?
That's a -6 to this.
He throws the dog like bar down.
Given its size, it's not impossible that it might still hit.
So that'd be what, 5 touch?
Yeah.
It's not impossible. Unlikely. It's not impossible.
I think 5 is for specifically targeting a tile, but and I think got a point. We'll go ahead and try and re-roll that. So that's no, it'll basically be a flat roll because I've got a +6 to it. So we'll see what this ends up being. 18. That'll probably hit touch.
Will hit its touch.
All right. I rolled good on the entangle, so 6 rounds unless 6 rounds even if it makes that. It's just not glued to the floor if it succeeds at the 15 reflex. It is just large, so it isn't unaffected because it's huge.
All right.
Larger.
Reflex.
Yeah, so not glued to the floor, but still entangled.
It's all
Okay.
goopy.
For 6 rounds, correct?
Yep.
-2 to attack and -4 to dex, so that's what, -4 to attacks altogether.
I mean, if it's attacking with dex, yeah.
Oh yeah, I forget. Yeah. Listen, my brain is only at half mast today. Okay.
Luca.
I'm gonna look over at Vic. Take care of him. And I'm going to round the corner and overrun this bitch. Actually, I'm not sure if I can because I need movement for that. Nope, I'm just gonna go over and attack him anyway. But I am going to drop my halberd and pull out my shield, so I'll have a higher AC.
So moving over and attacking him is going to provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yep. I'm hoping to bait this out, so.
All right. It is going to take it with one of its tentacles. So just the first attack there.
That will hit, unfortunately.
Michael's
And
just
then
rolling
it
really
get-
well.
an automatic grapple attempt. This will be 4 higher than it says. So 20. Versus
Oh shit, I am grappled. Let me see, grappled condition. Well, luckily I dropped my halberd since I can't use it now anyway.
So
Okay.
you guys see Luca get thwipped up in this thing's tentacle.
Yep. And then I'm just gonna throw a punch at this thing.
All right.
9 will probably not succeed.
9 will not succeed.
That's all I got though.
Barrow, make that save.
I forget. It's a fortitude save or a con check. I forget.
Con check.
All right, con check. 17.
I think it's like what, 10 plus the damage?
10 plus the negative score.
Oh, and I'm at negative 11, so then that will fail.
So you have 1 less.
2 more rounds, and then it's new character time. Something I don't want to do. I like Barrel Walker.
Merrick can't quite get the range to get him to stabilize at the moment, but next round he should be able to. So move up 20 feet. Let me just double check. Yeah, I'll be able to next time. So move action, then start action. You'll draw another arrow and loose it. I mean, at least I'm hitting now.
Hey, it's more than I can do right now.
It's not within 30 feet, so yep, 1 point of damage.
What is the entangle effective again?
-2 attack, -4 dex. So -2 to AC and CMD.
Add that -2 in there. So that would hit with the -2,
Okay.
doing 1 piercing. Vic.
Can you pull out a potion as part of a move action, like you can pull out a weapon?
Yes.
All right. So he will move over here, making himself look very small and unthreatening.
I mean, granted, he is grappling me, so at least hopefully his idea is attracted.
Yeah, and I'm hoping he doesn't have combat reflexes, so
Yeah.
moving there
We're
probably
playing the odds here.
playing won't probably won't provoke, but he'll.
Provoke.
Shit.
I said it does not provoke.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh shit! I thought-
you broke up for a second, so we missed the knot.
Yeah, it does not provoke. You're safe. Safe.
All right, he's gonna pop that potion and pour it into Barrel Walker's mouth.
Okay.
Probably
I
won't bring
can't-
him up, even with max roll, but it'll not let him die.
Yeah,
make
give
the
him another
con save.
round. 1d8 plus 1, right, for a potion?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Well, that buys me 2 more rounds. And hey, you just saw my face, I guess.
Does Matt? Oh, that's a good point. I would have to pull your mask down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's rough.
Bunch of
No,
more
I-
2 rounds, depending on what happens.
Yeah,
'cause
I
it's
think
stable.
I think that's a fine character moment there. I was bleeding and dying. You saved my life, and it just so happens you saw underneath the mask. That's fine.
Barrow's
you-
like, God damn, I owe another one.
You want to describe what he sees when he does Barrow?
Another mask.
This
It's
one
just
with the
masks
funnel.
all the way down.
It's just a butt. The hood's still up, but with the mask with the scarf pulled down, you see just horrific burn scars along both sides of the cheeks. Eyebrows gone, everything of that. A lot of what you thought was like him rubbing dirt on his visible face to make it less visible, which he did do. You now can kind of see how it's just covering how just his entire face is covered in burn scars. Full on Freddy Krueger.
It's a rough look.
But yeah,
Does magical healing stabilize?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. The audio is going to constrict.
You have to maintain the grapple first, and
Oh yeah, you're right.
he's most likely going to succeed, but there's always the chance.
That plus
5. So, yep, he's got me good.
So you take 7 damage from the constrict.
Gotcha.
Kier.
Mm-hmm. Well, about 99% of what I've done has been done because I'm out of bombs. I really should have taken that offer of items last time. I guess I'll double move over. Oh, does it look like it could hit me if I move straight over to where Barrow and Vic are?
It looks like it has about a 15-foot reach. But also, do you get attacks of opportunity while you're grappled?
Generally, no. If you're
Yeah.
grappling somebody, you're usually using your hands for that, but sometimes it's different.
If an attack has a grab action, then it doesn't
Prevent
apply
it.
the grapple condition to yourself, I don't think.
Does it not? I thought it still did.
I think it does unless it specifically states it. Because I know the snake took on the grappled condition, even with grab.
Let me look into that.
But there are like crabs and stuff that don't get the grappled condition from their claws. And I'd imagine with the tentacle, he probably does not get the grappled condition. What is this thing called?
Hold on. Okay. So, grab under monster rules. The creature has the option to conduct a grapple normally, or blah, blah, blah.
It takes a -20 if it doesn't want to be grappled.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, yeah. It can act as if it doesn't have the grapple condition, but it takes a -20 for all grapple checks.
Ah, makes sense.
So,
Yeah.
But since he already went through his turn, I think he's considered grappled, or at least for now to make it easy.
So you're probably not in danger of getting an attack of opportunity.
Looks like he really likes Luca.
Yeah. He's giving me the bear hug.
Did you have something else you're going to do, Kenneth?
Nah. Guess I'll take the risk and run up, and I'm out of action economy for the turn, but I can throw Cure Light Wounds at him next turn.
All right.
Or help drag him out of the way.
How hurt is this thing looking anyway? Does it look like it's hurt at all?
Yeah, it's pretty much bloodied. It's got I think it's like 1 or 2 hit points above bloodied.
Jeez. Anyway, I'm just gonna punch him because I can't break out of this. So 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
So 6 points of damage.
It is definitely bloodied now. As you punch it in the nose like a shark.
Where's the damn nose?
It's all nose. It's nose all the way down.
Vero?
Just when you thought its existence can get more horrifying.
Let's see that.
I don't think he has to make it because he's already gotten healed.
Oh, is that how the healing potion works then?
Because once you get healed at all,
it stabilizes you.
Yep. Gotcha. So then I'm just unconscious.
Yep. All right. Merrick will fire another flurry of arrows. First one he'll use. Well, let me double check Perfect Strike, see if it takes a standard action or not.
Oh yeah, I have that too. I probably should use that some more often.
I'm pretty sure Perfect Strike does take a standard action because it's instead of like Stunning Strike.
Yeah. You declare you're using this feat before you make your attack roll, but it doesn't say it takes an action.
Oh, that's cool.
You can only use it once per day for every 4 levels.
Yeah.
Yada yada.
All right, so I'll use Perfect Strike on the first arrow. So 18, which I'll just roll 1d20 plus 3. See if nope, doesn't add a crit, but the first attack is actually a 22. So
22 will hit.
8 points of damage.
8, you do a sizable chunk to this thing. And yeah, the flurry's not going to hit for the 8.
Okay, and that would be my turn.
All right, Vic is going to use a move action to study his target. And then two-handed swing. Jesus.
Revenge of the dice.
Mm-hmm. At least I'm hitting this time. That's making me happy.
This is true.
Remember last week when you
Barrow's
guys,
on the ground and he's still the MVP of this fight.
Yeah.
remember last week when you guys were chucking stone golems to a lava lake like it was nothing?
Right.
So he is. Vic, do you do anything else in your turn?
Nah, that was his move and his standard.
All right. Here's what the Audiog is going to do. Is going to roll to maintain the grapple.
Yep.
Which it will. And then it is going to try to drag Luca.
They really want me in the sewer, goddammit.
It's
Where
actually
all
not.
the fun
drag-
diseases are.
It's actually not going to drag you towards the sewer.
Even better.
He wants to take you to the tavern.
So that you can move up to half the movement. So you guys are going to move 10 feet that way. He is going to dangle you up in the air to show the rest of your allies. And then he shoots a tentacle to point at these guys you have tied up over here. And he says, trade.
One for one.
Shit, it's learned basic economic value.
We'll trade
that-
you one of
that
them
what you
for
say, Vic?
him.
I used to believe you couldn't put a price on a human life, but then they showed me the charts.
Is that what you say, Vic?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, guys. Grab the oldest one and bring him over here.
I mean, technically 4 of them are all tied together.
Yeah, but Kurt, go cut that old one loose and bring him over.
I'm not okay with that.
All right, all the morally neutral people are unconscious and tied.
It's a fair trade for our comrade for a dead man.
Still alive.
Yeah, but what do you think the guard will do with them? Don't they hang deserters?
What is the law for dereliction of duty? Either way, Merrick's still not okay with this.
Oh,
During a riot, they're most likely all going to be
it's
hung.
probably not feeding them to an Audiog, though.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
Yeah.
I can
Yep,
tell
yep,
you
so they're right here in the statutes. Also, the punishment for littering.
And witchcraft.
Well, at least pull Barrow away.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna throw this cure light. No, wait, I don't have infusion yet. Well, there goes that plan.
You've got an
Who are you-
extra potion.
who are you gonna
did
throw it
just
at?
hand out potions.
Yeah, you do have a potion because we all
Yeah.
had one. So
It's just another 2 if we keep that roll. Because it's a 1d8 plus 1.
I mean, honestly, I'm at -10. Nothing you roll is gonna get me up. So you can just leave me be.
Yeah.
Just make your decision about the trade. I'm fine down here.
Fuck, I'm a pastor and I don't know. Don't you put this evil on me.
Luca, you're being traded.
yep. Trying to think what my character thinks of that right now.
Hold still, Luca. Prisoner trades are common.
Give me a second. I'm trying to think of what my character would do in character.
Take your time.
Smoke them if you got them.
God, what am I gonna do? Well, currently I'm gonna try to break free of the grapple at least. I'm not gonna hit the guy right now while he's not actually trying to kill me.
All right.
So I'll use my CMB to try to get through his CMD. Nope. I just try to squeeze out and just not as slippery as I thought it was gonna be.
Mm-hmm. The grip just gets tighter on you.
Yep. This armor doesn't even have my armor spikes. Damn it. That's my turn.
Barrow is unconscious. Merrick.
Gritting his teeth and not liking this in the least, is still going to go up, cut this one from the others, and basically guide him closer as part of the trade.
You're not actually going to do this, are you? Come on.
I'd rather not, but still dragging him in tow. And
Those other guys are gonna bolt.
I mean, they're not gonna get far. They're like hamstringed right there.
I think that's. I mean, I don't know what my action economy is. That would be move, and then whatever it would take to cut him free, then dragging him over. So.
Right. Vic.
Vic's got a really high sense motive, so I'm going to think that he is going to perceive everyone's disgust with this, especially.
Tell him about the butchery that's full of meat.
Still unconscious.
He's going to move over here to help and potentially do the rest of the deed. But that's action economy. He'd be out at this point, but he would look at Merrick and give him a reassuring nod that he'll take it from here.
Actually, Luca would say that out loud. Are you picky about what you eat? Because we found there's a whole house full of food, full of meat, more than the weight of all of them combined. We can tell you where it is if you let us go.
Yeah, what were those critters called again? The 3 that ambushed us in the sewer?
The reef claws?
Yeah, but there's also a bunch of meat in the meat locker in that house that we found.
Yeah, also he came from the sewer, so I don't think selling him sewer beasts.
So what'd you ask for, Michael?
Give me a diplomacy check.
Womp womp. I'm not the one to do diplomacy.
The audiog screams out, "Deal!" and then drops you. Give me a reflex save to avoid falling into the sewer. You fall into the sewer hole.
Damn it.
Now the reef claws are going to finish the job.
I mean, probably.
How far away are we from the butcher?
I mean, it's not very far. I think we just left the place.
Yeah, it's a pretty short walk.
Yeah.
He is going to ungrapple.
How much damage do I take from falling in the sewer?
We're gonna
Deal with that in a moment.
Not that important. So to be over there, so we can move that way. Does the entanglement stagger his movement at all?
Reduce it to half, I think, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Unless he does like 15 points of damage to it to remove it.
Slashing
All
damage.
right. In that case, this is going to be even worse because he can get up
Oh,
here.
it has to be slashing.
He can get up there, but he can't grab him yet on his turn. Kier.
Mm-hmm. I got nothing still. It's just watching. Like, this is not really a good move here.
You can help pull Luca out.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
all
like
like half as much. But yeah, sure.
The little gnome.
Luca just pulls him
halfling.
down.
You know, when I made a vigilante, I didn't think it would involve me having to take the rest of the party out for like morning workouts or something. Like, okay, guys, you need to get in shape. It's a problem.
If you use your action on this turn to help Luca, he can get back up on it for his move action on his turn.
Okay. So I'm gonna get up.
You're covered in poop water.
I wish I could say this the first time today.
Poo water.
I'm concerned about letting him just eat that guy, but I'm more concerned about the fact that we have one of our own unconscious here. So I'm just gonna go with the rest of my movement to go over here to get ready to pick up Barrow Walker.
And you do know I have a healing potion on myself too.
Yeah.
Barrow Walker is still unconscious, but stabilized. Merrick
still did the most damage.
Well, like in that idea, Merrick will try either diplomacy or handle animal. It's the same value for me, and say, "Spare this guy, and I'll show you the meat locker, and you could have your full food, as much as you could eat. I won't stop you." And would try to guide him. I believe that you said the butcher shop was back this way.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Yeah, do that way.
22.
He goes, and he sort of wipes his tentacle across.
A lot more than a single person.
And he says, "How do I know you aren't tricking me?"
Well, if you follow me there and there's no meat, you've got me.
He looks at everyone else in this area and he says, "You all stay here."
Vic will nod, and on his turn, he'll pull out his dagger and say, "Here, let me help you," and try to cut away the Tanglefoot bag. The goo that's restricting him.
And with that, he is going to follow Merrick down. We're going to exit initiative because we're not in combat.
And Merrick, true to his word, would lead him to the meat locker and just let him loose and then leave.
Well, show him the way down into the sewer.
He would point the grate. He'll point the grate and say, and there's also a little bit more food down there if you're interested in the reef claws. And then again, make sure the hatch is open and then leave.
Yeah, I'm guessing you guys
Close and lock the door behind him.
you guys don't stick around long enough to find out if he stays true to his promise of not trying to eat anyone else.
No, not right now. We're all pretty beat up. I will pop that potion that Barrow Walker has on him into his mouth and give him another 2 points of healing.
The old guy you guys almost fed to the Adiog looks quite terrified at that whole situation that just happened.
Only making my way to consciousness.
Don't look all nervous. You didn't die, did you, old man? And just tie him back up with the rest of them again.
And should Merrick catch back up with the group, he would speak to their captives and say, well, don't have to worry about the meat going bad, but I think it was a fair trade.
He says, yeah, fair enough.
Yes, we double time it to get to where we're going now.
You guys don't encounter any more problems on your trek. I'm assuming you guys get Barrow Walker back up and conscious.
I don't know.
Wow.
Do we have any more potions left? Because
I'm at -8.
yeah, and we don't have any healing.
Is he just being carried?
I think I'm just carrying him.
Let me check heal skill.
Long-term heal, you can heal some hit points, but it won't do
Takes
anything.
a while.
It's also -8. It's more than just like a 0 to wake him up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, yeah, there's nothing I can do at the moment either, unless if we want to expend healing potions.
I don't know if we have many left. I think you're the only one that has one, and I think you'd have to roll max to get him at 0.
Yeah, so I think we'll...
Wait, Barrow's got one on his body somewhere.
Already
I just used it,
Yeah.
and he's still at -8 because I rolled a 1. And I already used... did I use mine? I don't think I did, actually.
Yeah, you would have an extra.
Yeah, I haven't used mine yet, so I'll pop hit mine on him, too. For it will be 8, so he will now be at 0.
I am at 0.
So I think he's still unconscious, but if you have any more healing, we could probably get him up.
I just feel it's important to remember I did 35 damage to that thing.
All right, well, with that, Merrick will use his healing potion. That should get him back to at least conscious, because
minimum 2 hit points.
Yeah. Hey, there you go.
I am conscious at 9. So, does Merrick actually administer it?
Yeah.
Or more accurately, does Luca let Merrick directly administer it? Because Vic kind of got.
I mean, if Luca was like carrying you, he'd probably just do it himself. Because he wasn't sure like Barrow's conscious decision to reveal what he looks like to everyone else, and Vic's already seen it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Luke would just take the potions and down.
I mean, realistically, after I put the first potion in his mouth, I wouldn't have put his mask back on him.
I would say Luca probably would have when he went to go pick him up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Merrick was far enough away where there's no chance of him seeing the identity.
This is definitely one of those out of character. I'm fine with whatever happens. It's just good to know in character.
Yeah, no, I think Luca's like, I don't know. I'm trying to play Luca like he's a good guy in a shitty situation kind of thing. So yeah, he's like, okay, he doesn't want to be seen. I'm just gonna pull the mask back up after I, administer this and make it your decision to reveal.
And you've met him without the whole vigilante get up, and to know that like the burns and everything are basically everywhere. It's a little bit more than just edgy anonymity. It's
self-conscious.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say we're not. Sans one person. I think we're a pretty ugly group. Mm-hmm. I know Kier might be attractive in the halfling society. We don't know. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
marriage
heal ourselves up
beautiful.
And we get ourselves up and we get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm. All right. You guys head back to the Citadel where guards are waiting to book in the prisoners. And you guys are given your reward of, I believe, let me make sure I get the number right.
I think it was
Five.
half.
Merrick would also make mention of the audiog that Burst Free is now eating the supplies of a butchery.
They will look concerned and send guards that way.
So that's 100 each.
Sounds like it.
Mhm.
And then the guard that you're talking to, who's taking the bounty on these guys, says, "Field Marshal's waiting to talk to you in the next room whenever you're ready."
Might as well get this done. I need a nap. Yeah. Guess we'll
Long
go.
day.
Yes. After this, I definitely advise us we all go rest, and those of us who might be able to administer some magical healing might want to meet with us tomorrow, because I and Barrow do not look very well.
Barrow has been shot, stabbed, clawed, poisoned,
Tentacled.
bit, crushed with tentacles. Oh no, I kicked a guy in the stomach. How brutal.
And upon meeting with Cressida, she'd tell you that she has another pressing matter in the city that might need your attention, but it involves a informant she wants you to talk to. They won't be able to be here until tomorrow, so you guys should go and get some rest, and you'll get briefed on the next mission.
And I would probably at that point just give a nod and depart.
You guys have beds set aside here at Citadel Volshnek for you if you don't want to go all the way back to your own house.
How close is that abandoned house that we met the gypsy woman in?
That was all up north.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head back to the Gray because they don't know this, but I'm actually very close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. With how chaotic the grounds are, I might just sleep here.
Yeah, Merrick would do the same.
Vixen's gonna head back to the Temple of Abadar,
actually,
and he's gonna assume his. Once he gets out there, he's gonna assume his other disguise.
Actually, Mark will look to Kier. Do you want to crash here, or do you want to risk the jaunt through the city, across the city?
Perhaps tomorrow they'll have the riots completely quelled.
Works for
But
me.
for now,
I assume with the riots and everything, there's no like open shops or something that I could buy armor in. Is there?
I'm sorry, say again?
I said I assume with the riots and everything, there's no like open shops on the way I could buy armor in.
No, not right now.
I didn't think so, but I had to ask.
Before we do go to sleep, though, I am going to go into just start walking towards the armory of this place. And if someone stops me, I just look at them like I'm requisitioning a piece of gear and for our jobs for the what's her name?
It's right over here.
Cressida.
Field Marshal Cressida Croft.
Yeah.
As long as you only take what she specified to you.
So I am just going to get a weapon for Kier and give it to him. So I'll let Kier decide what he has. But I basically grab something of a small creature variety and go back over to him and hand it to him. You're going to need this.
yeah,
I saw that you were fumbling after you ran out of your materials. So you can decide what I get for you.
well, since you're trying to do your alchemist to have a martial weapon proficiency, which I think I put in longbow. Don't think I noted it in game, but I do have Mythweavers up. And
Merrick
so-
hands over his normal size short bow.
basically a small longbow.
Yeah.
Yes, I requisition you a small longbow with an appropriate amount of arrows.
Very cool. Top off his quiver while we're there, if allowed.
But then after that, I'm going to fuck to sleep.
Mhm.
And I limp
Well-
my way home.
I say go to sleep, but I have to probably take a couple hours cleaning the sludge out of my armor after falling in the sewer twice.
Oh yeah. You clean and you can still smell it.
Well, at least I don't shine. At least my armor shines in the stink.
Mm.
Times I wish I had prestidigitation.
Sunlight's the only thing that's gonna fix that, my friend.
Just gonna let it air out for the night and take a rest.
Definitely, Barrel Walker on his way through the gray is like, I'm gonna have to start moving stealthily to get back to where I live because this is like the third night in a row I've come back the shit kicked out of me. Second time poisoned too.
3 broken ribs, a black eye.
First rule of Fight Club.
No, compared to the burns, I think it kind of
Yeah.
anybody that goes up and asks, "Oh, what the fuck happened to your face?" That's just inappropriate as a whole.
Yeah, if anything, the burns are doing a lot of heavy lifting from civilian identity.
But yeah, you're otherwise able to make it back to the Green District unharmed.
I ask this every time. How much do we heal in a night? It's like your
Level
constitution-
plus Constitution.
Okay, so 5.
Yeah, that's why I think we might need some magical healing afterwards.
I'm at half health.
Same.
But my 1 point of poison damage is gone, so I now can go back to attacking at full strength again.
Hey, that's progress.
Can't wait for the next fight for me to get poisoned. At what point do I get an immunity, Michael? Joking. It's different poisons each time, I know. It's just a quirk of fate. I'm not criticizing anything.
Poison.
Mhm. It's only good until a level 5, so.
I'm about to go take a dip in Dwarven.
All right, so you guys wake up the next day. What do you do?
We wait until Barrow Walker gets here,
Mhm.
and if there is healing to be doled out, we'll do it now. But otherwise, we'll go find out what we need to do next.
Barrel Walker
Vic
and-
has something I want to do real quick.
Okay, I forgot you're not there either.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
that morning he wants to go find his managing director, Lucia.
Easy enough.
Ma'am, do you have a moment to talk?
She has a little hourglass sitting on her desk, and she flips it,
Excellent.
indicating how much time you have.
Damn it, I forgot to update the window capture. So the first half of this is all the black screen.
Nice. Well, except for the fight, it was mostly theater of the mind.
Lucia, I feel that or managing director, I feel that I am being called in a different direction right now, and I'm going to be unable to perform my duties as regularly tasked.
Leave of absence.
Yeah, she could work out with you some sort of leave of absence or something, or a reduced role.
Yeah, and he'd talk about Leopo being able to handle the clerical things that he's shown him. It's just if there are any
Oh
extra.
God, that poor man.
I know.
Fourth day on the job. I've read the manuscript, been giving tiny little bit of instruction on what I'm supposed to do. Now I have to take over an entire account load.
So you're saying this one that looks like a drunken G is 6, right?
You know what? This is how you know it's a fantasy world, because you went and told your manager that you wanted less work and they didn't go. So when did you start hating money?
I don't even think I get paid. I'm kind of like priest of Abadar. Don't we just kind of get a living wage? I guess. I don't know.
Your position, you probably get paid enough to where you don't have to live in the church if you don't want to.
Yeah,
But
that's legit. But he's not going to get rich. So
yeah,
he's confiscated more money in the last 3 days than he's probably made his whole life.
This has been an extremely profitable venture for you all.
Yeah, pretty normal for a banker.
You all go home with broken ribs, but with full fucking buckets.
And with that, he's going to go talk to Leopo, discuss what he needs to cover, and then head back to the guardhouse.
All right. You get this sort of vibe on him, like, what do you even do here? But he'll accept his new duties, as he doesn't particularly have much of a choice.
Yeah.
So unpaid intern.
Around the time everyone is showing up at the Citadel, Cressida Croft will come through to you all, and she'll say, as the last of you is, coming to the Citadel, she says, great. Our guest has just arrived. If you want to come in and meet him.
Before we do that, do you want me to channel to get some people back up to hit points? How are we doing health-wise as a group?
I'm 17 out of 34, and we've been getting hit hard. So
14 out of 28.
Okay. So before they leave wherever they all convened, yeah. So I've got 4 channels per day, but they're only 1d6.
So before you do that, no shops are really open, right? I couldn't buy a healing wand.
You could try and find someone who's selling a healing wand, but it's going to be hard to find the usual shops that are open.
Right.
Yeah, I think we just make do for now.
Yep.
All right, so first one, 6 hit points. We'll do another channel, see how that does. So 10 total. How's everybody doing now?
I'm at 24 of 28, so
I'm 27 of 34.
I've got 2 more channels left for a day. Do you want me to do one more?
Save it. I can make
okay. I'm only down I think 6 or 7, so I can survive for now.
I'm only 4 shy of max.
Save it for when we actually need it later, because we're gonna need it later.
That's fine with me. That's why I was asking. See how comfortable you guys are feeling.
Yep, we're good.
All right, so continue.
All right. She invites you in, and leaning against her desk is an older gentleman. He's tall. He's got a twinkle in his eye and a bounce in his step that hints at a vibrancy of an inner fire of a man half his age. He's wearing black leather gloves, and he has these nice steel rapiers at his hip. And she introduces the man as Vencarlo Orsini. Should be able just to show you guys his sheet.
Oh no, it's Agent 47.
I don't know. I see some hair there.
Yeah.
Yep. I zoomed in. I see it now.
And as he sees you guys walk in, he says, hello. Please call me Vencarlo. Formalities can be stifling, especially in times like these. And do forgive my forwardness, but I must say, The presence of such capable individuals brings a glimmer of hope to our troubled city.
We're happy to help, especially as, the chaos is finally subsiding, even if it's not quite gone yet.
I lean down to Barrow. I think he's trying to butter us up.
Everyone always is.
City is in dire need of those who possess both strength of arm and clarity of purpose. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, I assure you.
Well, what more needs done?
Cressida Croft would speak up and say, indeed, as much as I would enjoy continuing the conversation, I fear we don't have time. Carlo has learned something that could degrade into sanctions, embargoes, or even war against Chiliacs if we don't act now. The problem is a man by the name of Darvain Gios Ampre. I'll put that name in the chat for you guys.
That's one mean hombre.
He's an ambassador from Chiliact whose disdain for Corvosa is well documented, though he's taken great pleasure in what our city has to offer. Even before this recent unrest, this man was ready to recommend his government a sanction on trade or perhaps even an embargo. But Vencarlo here has learned through his own considerable sources that Ambassador Ampre's actual goals are to undermine Corvosa's economy to the point where he can buy up large portions of the city from desperate landholders. He plans to establish himself in a position of power here before advising the end of the sanctions with his allies in Chiliacs. We can't let his bias or personal plans hurt Corvosa, yet neither can we take drastic action. Not only would killing him be wrong, but it'd simply martyr him in Chiliacs' eyes. I'm sure you see where this matter is quite complicated in its nature.
Yes, playing the markets is a game that many attempt. Do we know what goods he's dabbling in to try and undermine the economy, or is he just making broad strokes?
We don't have such specific information at this point, but fortunately we might not need to, as the ambassador has foibles of his own. Again, Vencarlo has learned that the ambassador has been making fairly regular visits to a place in Old Corvosa called Eel's Inn. This is a den of vice that's run by a dangerous man named Devargo Barvasi, better known in Corvosa's alleys as the King of Spiders. I'd love to put Devargo out of business, but he pays his vice taxes regularly and he never causes any problems. In fact, he keeps his business constrained entirely within the 5 ships moored at Eel's End, and he's actually one of the least of my worries. Truth be told, I can't decide whether Devargo is a sturge or a kraken. He seems like a blood-sucking pest most days, but sometimes I fear just how far his tentacles have wormed their way into our great city. In this case, though, his insidious web stretching across Corvosa's underworld might be to our advantage.
Do we have any current relationship with him from the government?
That's the thing. Devargo would never let anyone he recognizes as an ally of the Guard into Eel's End. But your group's a different case. I'd like you to pay a visit to Eel's End and secure an audience with Devargo. Find out what he knows about Ampre, and get any proof of any illicits going on that the ambassador might have been involved with, and bring the proof to me. I can use it to undermine any forthcoming attempts by him to get Chiliacs to cut us off. Devargo might not be willing to part with this information easily, so I'll supply you with some gold to bribe him. Whatever's left, you can keep for yourself.
Sounds good to me. Would being, frequent, basically being part of the Sable Company and adjacent to the area, would Merrick have any sort of insight for local stuff as far as the reputation he has and the like? I don't know if this falls under the Marines' purview.
It would be more of the Corvosan Guard that actually deals with these guys, so you would know the basic information.
Okay.
He runs this sort of seedy spot that gets around a lot of Corvosa's regulations by not technically being within the city's limits, but rather moored ships that are in the ocean, not on any actual Corvosan land.
International waters and the like, that loophole. What sort of illicit activities? Is it like gambling, pit fighting?
What I know is that he's been making regular trips to Eel's End, which is very uncharacteristic of someone in his position. It's unlikely that an ambassador would be going to Eel's End to conduct legitimate business.
Mm-hmm. So, in general, just illicit and shady activity as a whole, not necessarily, like a gambling house or anything like that.
Now, we don't know anything specific as of yet.
All right.
That's what you guys are for. And
Fair
she
enough.
pops a small pouch filled with 1,000 gold pieces, which will be your funds for bribing DeVargo.
Usually I'm the one trying to get people to pay me.
Does this go against your creed?
No, not at all. Trade for information is absolutely above board, especially when that information could prevent the fall of our economy. I don't see a greater calling for a priest of Abadar at this moment.
All right. Remember, Fargo is dangerous, but so are you. If things get violent, I wouldn't mourn his passing.
Also good to know.
Wait, who did he say we can kill?
The crime boss.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ambassador person we can't touch because
But our primary concern is finding out what the crime boss was doing there, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Could you give us a description of what the ambassador looks like? Because I doubt he'll have a sort of official regalia on while doing this shady business.
Also, he might not even be there when we go there, so
Also,
we would like to know what he looks like for reasons.
Yeah.
You can just say that they give us the general description of him.
You can just
they give you a general description of the guy.
All right.
I've actually got this put in the Roll20 chat.
That's the ambassador?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Identify him by mustache alone.
Honestly, I'm just jealous of that mustache.
Right?
I will drown him in sewage.
Pretty fabulous.
He's too pretty. That cannot be.
Oh God, we're going to be the group that just wants to make everyone as ugly as us.
Mark suddenly gets nervous
save
among
that
the group.
While we do a Warhammer game where you all play chaos and you can be nervous. That's just the entire thing where you drown people with maggots. God, I wish I made that up. That wasn't a book I read. It was unpleasant to read about.
I feel like if you're reading the 40K universe, you're not really going there for pleasant.
There's pleasant, and then there's oh God.
Fair.
Oh God.
I did not need a first-person description of when a nest of carnivorous flies hatch inside your body and crawl out through your pores.
Yeah,
I didn't need a first-person description of that. That was.
Now I'm gonna have nightmares.
Yeah, I closed the book and I sat there for a minute. And that's when Korn became my favorite chaos god, because he's like, I cut your head off. I'm like, thank you for making this straightforward. Anyway.
All right. So Vincarlo will then stand up and he'll say, Well, I was just heading back to my academy. I could show you the way to Eel's End if you'd like.
Any objection?
I looked at Luca.
No. This will largely be on the rest of you. I can just be basically acting as hired muscle for this, but this is completely out of my wheelhouse. I'm trying to think of, because the guy who said to offer to take us is the Vencarlo guy.
Yes.
Would I know anything about who this guy is? Could I do a roll on that to determine?
Give a knowledge local.
I actually have that. 18.
He is one of Corvosa's most respected and renowned teachers of the honorable arts of fencing and swordplay.
Gotcha. Well, I am about as prepared as I can be. I'm a little injured, but we can deal with that if we actually wind up fighting. Hopefully Hopefully this doesn't come to that. But lead the way.
As we're walking, Vic would ask Vincarlo if he had had any interaction with the ambassador. Any personal interaction.
He would say, no, I've never even spoken to the man myself, but I've got connections in the city, ways of figuring out what folks are doing.
He's gonna sense motive to just double check.
Any sort of quirks or personality flaws that we could potentially exploit? Do you know of?
Not that you detect.
It's being honest.
No, Mark was asking the Vencarlo if he knew the ambassador had any sort of personality quirks or basically any sort of insight that they might be able to exploit of the ambassador specifically.
I don't even know if it doesn't sound like we're even going to be dealing with the ambassador.
We're dealing with
Oh.
the crime boss.
Yeah,
I
we're trying to
gotcha.
get information about the ambassador. But
Oh, okay. I gotcha. That's fair. Okay.
Yeah, I was just wondering if he had taught this ambassador how to fence.
No.
I will say I don't know if anyone's really paying attention to Bear Walker, but after we leave the garrison and we're just like walking to this place as a group, he's kind of like at like the back of the group, a little bit farther than he normally is. And it's up to anyone else if they're really paying attention to him. That at some point when we round a corner with his brass knuckles, he just like punches a wall full force and then keeps walking.
I mean, the part that Luca would know is he'd probably see that you disappeared, but it's not beyond your normal thing.
Yeah, it's not even him disappearing. It's just he lagged behind the group and like he was sulking a little bit and then punches the wall and then catches up. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So as you guys are making your way, he says, so your little party here just sort of appeared out of nothing. I know you guys have got to have a story.
I was just a former guard looking for my daughter.
Affiliated with the Saveable Company. Just happened to come across somebody in need.
It was a person in need.
Yes, oftentimes I feel bonds like ours are hatched when there are tough situations.
I try not to get involved, but that does not seem to be working currently.
Well, sometimes you got no choice but to get involved, my friend.
So it would seem.
This should probably be on you, Gombo.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to do a sense motive just to see, like, Do you have to see if you have prior history with this guy we're talking to? Probably not.
Let me try my bluff.
Oh wow.
Despite being a guy who plays, no, he does not have prior history with the guy we're talking to. He's just kind of got his feathers ruffled about the current situation.
Gotcha. And he's just at this point, like, Lucas seems so far out of his element for the job we're doing right now. He's like, why the fuck am I here? I can hit shit.
Hey, Michael, for Vic's past dealings with some shady characters, could he roll a knowledge local to know any more about the owner of the Eels Inn?
Yeah, go ahead. Local 19. Let me pull up what you might know. DeVargo is he was at one point he was a smuggler from Riddleport. He crossed the wrong people there, ended up on the run, worked with a couple of partners, and eventually ended up in Eel's End. He is involved in basically any organized crime that goes on in Corvosa. He probably has his fingers in it somewhere. And he spends most of his time holed up in Eel's End, where he believes the Corvosan Guard will never tread.
And are you saying Eel's End or Inn, like place you sleep, or end of the road? Okay. Okay. Because both are pretty catchy names.
Mm-hmm. The Eels Inn is across the street from the Eels End.
There we go.
They've got like Broadway street fights and everything like that.
Who was there?
What, just a bunch of people like approaching each other, snapping their fingers?
Exactly. Yeah. It's the best kind of street violence.
Well, before long, you guys get to the docks of Old Corvosa.
Real quick, I did have a follow-up question. So, if he's kind of affiliated with organized crime in the city, kind of to one degree or another, would he have? What are the chances that he might have been affiliated with? I know it's not Gideon, but it sounds like it.
Gadrin.
Yep. Gadrin, as far as whether they're a competitor or he'd be likely to have to pay some sort of permit or.
Oh, I bet that fancy fuck that got away is going to be there.
Right.
It's possible they could have had some connection, but
okay. No real way of knowing at this point, but okay.
But yeah, before you get long, he takes you out to this dock where it just goes out real far into the ocean, and you can see these this group of ships that are all just on this dock. Some of them are in better condition than others. Some of them definitely aren't seaworthy, including the giant ship in the center, which has no sign on it. Let me see. As you guys, do you guys walk down the pier to get down to Eel's End?
Probably.
Yep.
I mean, we're heading there. So whatever's the most direct route to get there, I guess.
Unless Barrow wants to jump from mast to mast.
No, that's unnecessary if we're going in for a diplomatic meeting. Is the fencer dude still with us, or is it just us now?
He peeled off because he's heading back to his academy.
Gotcha.
So as you guys walk on the rickety dock that leads down to these ships, the sound of booms from the elegantly painted barges moored to this long pier, sort of penetrate the space. Large signs painted in several languages are nailed to pilings and hang from ropes slung between the barges. The closest barge to the east bears the sign that says, "The Twin Tigers. Take the tiger by the tail and try your luck." Opposite that, to the west, a boat sign says, "Welcome to the Golden Hawk. No safer stay in Corvosa." Further southeast is the Dragon's Breath Corridor. Dream the dragon's dreams at affordable prices. While opposite of that is the House of Clouds. The caress of our lovelies will take you straight to heaven. Only the largest vessel, an old warship to the south, bears no signage at all. Short rope bridges and gangplanks provide access to the decks of these ships from the pier and the decks of other ships. And I will go ahead and move you guys into Eel's End so you can decide where you're going to go.
If I were by myself, my normal course of action would be to visit one of these close proximity advertising establishments, speak to someone, and find out if they could arrange a meeting or know anything about DeVargo, not just walking straight up to the unmarked ship without an invitation.
I mean, we do have some funds to kind of come off as big spenders that could garner his attention.
Indeed. We can make it worth his while. We can also spend to get information to get to him.
Michael, is there some sort of skill roll I could do? I might not have very high. To know, because obviously Gadrin had a reputation. I want to know, is it possible, like a retroactive diplomacy or something, to know if he was not very popular in the underground? Because he seems like the kind of person who wouldn't be very popular with criminals.
Yeah, you can do a knowledge local.
Okay. Wish I had more points. 12. Not terrible under the circumstances.
Doesn't seem like the type of character many people like.
I address the group and say, who wants to run face on this one? Do the front talking.
I don't
God,
mind.
do not let it be me.
I am far out of my element here. Just throwing that out there.
I conversate with people on a daily basis, but we'll see.
I reach into my belt and I pull out the masterwork dagger I took off of Gadrin's body, and I flip it around and hold the end out to you and say, take this and show them to the guards at the door. Tell them that we're the crew that took out Gadrin, and now we're looking to meet with the boss about possibly purchasing information and moving up in the world.
That's a good call.
No. Victor thinks about it for a minute, mulls it over in his head, and he goes, none of that's really untrue. That's fine with me.
While we're here, I'll just act as your bodyguard, Vic, and you can do the talking. If you need me to intimidate somebody, just say the word, but otherwise, I'm going to be keeping quiet.
Likewise. I am not currently pleased of this turn of events, but we are playing with the hands we are dealt.
What turn of events specifically?
We can discuss that at a period where we're not outside a den of killers.
Okay.
Michael, what was the first ship you read off?
It was the drug den, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, there was the tiger, the dragon, and then the cloud one, which I'm pretty sure is a brothel.
Yeah. Clearly that one's the brothel.
And I was thinking dragon sounded more like opium den.
The drug den. The tiger one, that sounds like a casino to me.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm leaning toward first.
He's going to gamble away all our funds.
So what was the fourth then? We have brothel, gambling, drugs.
And an
Unnamed.
unmarked one, which is almost certainly
Well,
the.
Well, let's
there's
wait for
have,
Michael. We may have lost him.
You have the. I was muted. This is the Dragon's Corridor. The one you guys are missing is the Golden Hawk, which is an inn.
okay.
Right.
I
That
thought there was
seems
a
like the
place
most tame and probably where I'd like to start.
Mhm.
I mean, can you tell us what they are? Or, are we correct that the Cloud is a brothel?
You don't know until you go in.
Okay. I didn't know if you.
Golden Hawk was called the Golden Hawk Inn, so we're
Mhm.
pretty content about that one.
Yeah, let's
And-
just go.
and It's called Cloud Brothel, so.
Well, that's what Cope wrote.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's called the House of Clouds. But
Yeah.
again, the sign on it said House of Clouds.
Yeah.
The curse of our lovelies will take you straight
Yeah.
to heaven. So
Yep. But I think the inn is the best route.
Yep.
all right, that will be this ship over here.
Turns out that Cloud one is not a brothel. It's just a place where you can pay 2 gold to just sit in a room filled with puppies.
They misspelled
I'm in.
heaven. It's supposed to be haven.
Yeah. just like a cat cafe, basically.
Really? Do we have to make the pussy joke?
Yes.
Always.
As you guys work your way down this pier, you'll see 2 of the guards that Merrick and Kier would recognize as the ones trying to extort that shopkeeper. Or at least of the same kind.
Okay.
It's the same guys. Oh shit! They were the ones with the cannon.
Same crew.
Merrick look at the others and be like, I might not be helpful here. If this is part of the same group that Kira and I came across, we might have a bit of a reputation ahead of us.
And then we can use that to our benefit.
Okay.
If we are going with the cover story of us being a crew attempting to move our way up in the world, already proficiently established hired muscle,
Okay.
that work against us.
All right. You can move your tokens to, if you want to go to the inn, then it's this ship over here.
Which I think you might be on DM level.
Oh.
See by seeing where he's pointing.
I didn't know.
Got it. All right, Vic is heading to the inn.
I'm just sticking.
Don't cost me, son. I got 4
Vic.
thugs with me.
Peering down from this boat, it's another one of the thugs.
Hmm.
But he doesn't see you as you show up. This small ship has seen countless crude repairs. Its seaworthiness is dubious, to say the least. But it is lashed to the pier, and it seems stable enough. The nameplate proclaims it to be the Golden Hawk.
Vic will head up as if he belongs here.
All right. You walk in, and it seems like it's pretty empty right now. You know, it's the morning. Not getting a whole lot of customers, but the gnome innkeep is definitely there, sitting at the bar, and he says, "It's a." I think I already said he's a gnome.
Yep.
He has a walleye and a patchy beard. He has a crumpled hat and an extensive collection of keys hanging around his waist. And he says, "Welcome to the Golden Hawk. No safer stay in all of Corvosa."
Are there any other characters around in the area?
Maybe a couple of irreputable characters.
All right. Vic will walk straight up to him and say, "The name's Vic. My crew and I are looking to get acquainted around these parts. What's your name?
He looks you in the eyes and he goes, "You a cop?"
No, far from it.
And just to be clear, you're talking to not the innkeep.
Oh, I thought I was talking to the innkeep.
Okay, if you're talking to the innkeep, then he says, "The name's Tuggins. Owner of this little establishment here. It's 4 silver pieces for a night."
Y'all have any food or drink?
No, only what I can scrape you up on board. We don't be going around doing grocery orders.
I'm new to Eel's End. Where can a man wet his whistle?
Did you read the signs outside?
I tried to, but I'm not really good at riddles. Your sign was the only one that clearly told me what it was, so I thought I'd come in here and ask for a friendly word of advice.
Well, if you go down to the Twin Tigers, that's where all the gambling's done. If you want to play dice, cards, or knivesies, those are the favored games over there. The House of Clouds is a brothel. 5 gold piece fee over there. Dragon's Breath is the Dragon's Breath corridor. It's where you can get your fix around here. And I don't think I need to tell you who's on the big boat.
Oh, crap. Hold on, I closed my notes. Is that where the King of Spiders resides?
Indeed.
Any chance you could get me an introduction? Or know anyone who might?
You can always try your luck and just go in yourself. Here he's talking to a group of aspiring thugs today.
Very good. Thank you for your help, my good friend. And he'll hand him a gold piece.
Aye, send some more business my way if you can.
Will do. He looks back at his comrades with a eyebrow up. Are we satisfied?
Miracle nod.
Let's see if
I've been keeping an eye on the crowd, making sure that no one's eyeing us too much.
Yeah, and just out of character, this is the safest Vic has ever felt on information gathering trips.
Just 3 people behind you and then 1 small person behind us.
I've got the smartest man in town.
Ironically, on these boats with confined spaces, Kier's probably actually the most dangerous.
Yeah, the smartest man in town, and then he's surrounded by 3 bodyguards, and then Vic knows how to get out. So,
All right. So, what's your next move?
let's head up to the boat.
I don't have a super high sense motive, but I want a sense motive on that barkeep to make sure he's not just fucking with us about walking right in there. 8, never mind, it's good.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if I could do that too. So mine's not gonna be much better than yours, but 15.
He seems like he's keeping you on the up and up.
Okay.
That would be some next level trolling.
I mean, if I was game mastering, it's what I do.
I gotta
He
talk
did
a
say
lot,
he was
so
already meeting.
Let me grab some water. I'll be right back.
He did say he was already meeting with some potential, potential thugs.
Yeah, he's calling him aspiring thugs.
Aspiring thugs. That's the one.
We are definitely not aspiring. I feel like we've already hit that. Well, most of us anyway. Pointed look at Merrick.
Fine. Fair.
I did enjoy that earlier in this session. The very much the movie moment of you guys trying to just do nice questionings with that one guy. And then you're like, okay, this isn't working. And then Barrow Walker just rounds the corner and just kicks him in the stomach. It's like, all right, tell us what we want, or I'll go Gallagher on your skull.
All right, sorry.
I heard you have some kind of bottle in your hand, so I imagine you went to go get
That
a
was
drink.
ice in my glass.
Yeah,
How big is that chair that you just climbed into?
It's a beanbag.
we heard like the whole process from you entering the room to the walk to the chair.
I mean, for a second, I thought you were like knocking something down a flight of stairs or something like that.
There was
Jesus.
just this so much rustling if something was obviously a chair. I was waiting for the sound of like those climbing clamp ropes to come out as you ascended in.
Look, we're on boats, aren't we?
All right. So, we're all back, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Who is taking the lead up the ladder to
Vic will lead his way.
As you pass by Merrick, he's going to tap you on the shoulder and say, "You've got this," and cast guidance on you.
Very good.
You got this, champ. Yeah, I'm just gonna follow behind Vic. So
As you head up the ladder, Vic, you see two more of these guards standing here. And as you're about halfway up the ladder, one of them walks up and he says, "What's your business?"
I'm looking for a meet with the king.
Yeah, what about?
Opportunity for trade of information and potential profit for him.
He's busy.
Is there a way to get our name on the list?
I can think of a couple.
Vic would say, I can't really reach into my pocket while I'm standing on this ladder. Would it help his schedule if I came up on board so that I could?
He'd pull you up the rest of the way.
Reach in and pull out 2 gold pieces and hand it to him.
He laughs at you.
Do a sense motive to see if I know what the going rate around here would be. Or
going
is
rate
there,
of bribery.
yeah, or is there another role for knowledge local or sense motive?
Praise.
Yeah, I'd say knowledge local or appraise or those two would work.
Oh, fuck. You said you could think of a couple, but it seems a couple won't do.
25 gold pieces gets you in the front door.
Pulls out 23 more and hands them to him.
All right. He puts that in his pouch. And
we should keep a running tally here.
Yeah, I would keep a running tally how much money you're using. And as you try to walk past, the other one steps in front of you and he says, "Each."
Yep, he'd hand it over.
All right. Then you are all allowed to pass.
Wait, where'd that one come from?
These
Oh,
two,
yeah. Gave it to the barkeep.
You guys see more of the enforcers, but luckily they are asleep in hammocks above you.
That would have been expensive.
So they are not going to try and bribe you as they are unconscious.
Yeah,
if they were gonna try, if anyone's gonna try anything more, I was gonna step in.
But looks like they're gonna let you through.
All right, he'd head on all the way back. I guess down.
I guess this is like the doorway.
Yep, that's the doorway. Who's going in? Get in the formation you want to enter the room in.
Or
Yes,
going
the
in
T
the middle?
shape, the strongest shape in the nature.
But as we go, we're going to be constantly rotating in a counter clockwise motion.
Enter.
One of us keeps going counterclockwise to really fuck with us.
I have a life-size straw mannequin so we can confuse them about our numbers.
Ooh, let's take the flying V formation. Show them we really mean business.
No, you see, we do that thing where we all stand behind each other in a line, and then we all just start waving like a snake, just to make a.
Crime boss looks up from his desk like, "What
Okay.
the fuck?"
And now it goes into coordinated dance mode. We snap forward, 2 step forward, 2 step back. Oh yeah.
No one expects the flash mob.
No, you see, if we start dancing, that means he knows we're here for a fight.
Yep. And the
Okay,
3 guys upstairs pretending they're asleep start singing.
All jokes aside, I think this is how we go in.
Yeah, this is how we go in.
Yeah, you guys climb up onto this big ship. The figurehead, appropriately, is a eel with a woman's head. There are several drunkards and such that might have been doing whatever up here that are just sort of hanging about, but it's easy enough to push past to the large double doors. The doors have a complex painting of a spider on them. So how do you enter? Do you kick down the door? What's your method?
I mean, I think we're just going in with the door, just like knocking a couple times, walking in, I imagine.
Yeah, he'd open the door and simultaneous looking in as he goes in.
As you open the door and you stick your head in, I just kind of knock. You're supposed to knock.
You guys see a familiar face as you enter.
I knew he was going to be here.
I'm gonna you. It's not enough room in here.
Yeah, that's okay.
You can move yourselves around how you want to be.
Good here.
As you guys move in, it seems like you were kind of in the middle of some sort of party. These guys are all drinking heavily. They'll finish their cups and then they'll throw it at this guy, which appears to be a house drake, a form of pseudo-dragon native to Corvosa, which has been trapped inside of a bird cage.
This thing?
The thing that looks like a dragon.
I know from my angle, it kind of just looks like a tentacle's arm.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Oh, I had to zoom in. It was just because Vic's name is kind of blocking part of it.
Yeah.
Vic's name and the chain condition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see it.
Oh yeah.
I see it. I see it now.
Yeah.
This large room was once a captain's cabin. It has been converted into a throne room. The walls are thick with spider webs, and dozens of spiders scuttle along the walls. Some as large as a fist, but some considerably smaller. These spiders seem content to stay in their webs and do not venture into the room itself. There are 2 sturdy oaken tables surrounded by chairs. And aft, a wooden stage. Aft, a wooden stage supports a large leather chair covered with cobwebs and scampering spiders. A narrow door stands to port, hanging ajar and revealing a ceiling, and revealing a birdcage hanging from the ceiling like a chandelier. And you guys see Devargo, the self-styled king of spiders, sitting on his throne. He has shaggy black hair, and he glares at you, and he says, the room starts to quiet down, and he says, so what's this all about?
Vic's gonna immediately step forward, walking towards DeVargo, pull out that dagger, flip it around, handle side towards DeVargo, and as he walks up, not attacking, but clearly offering it to him, says, "My name's Vic. My crew and I are the ones who took out Gideon, and we are here to offer this to you."
It's infectious.
Gadrin. Gosh damn it, Loki.
Yeah, at least this time I knew it wasn't Gideon, and I said as much, even if I couldn't quite remember the name.
As you guys walk in, the man who you recognize, the man known as Yargan Balko, goes, "It's true that I saw them. They killed them all in cold blood."
Well, not the orphans you captured.
You'll recall he didn't actually see you kill anybody.
I look to Yargan and I cock my head to the side. My eyes go from his face to his shoulders, and I say, "How's the wound healing?" Because I threw a dagger, and that was like the most damaging attack I did that entire fight.
Yeah, definitely got like a bandage around his shoulder.
Yeah.
And he takes DeVargo takes the knife from Vic. He looks it over and he says, "So you're the ones that took out old Gadrin, eh?"
Indeed. I want to bring this as a olive branch to signify that we recognize your importance, and as just a small up-and-coming crew, we want to give due where just due is due.
He takes it from you and he flips it upside down and he holds it by the blade and he examines it. And then in a violent jerking motion, he throws it at that bird cage. And it doesn't hit the dragon, just barely, but it twangs off onto the floor. And he says, "I never liked that son of a bitch anyways." So what do you guys want to talk about?
We're looking for some information.
Information. That's a valuable thing out here, you know.
Absolutely. We're always willing to pay, as everyone must. We're curious about someone who may be visiting your area. A individual from Cheliax, a land that I'm not a big fan of.
Indeed.
He's of some import. An ambassador.
And tell me, why do you care what an ambassador from Cheliax is doing in Eel's End?
Well, we've been asked to play the opposite end of what he's trying to do. Look, we're all out here to profit. And my party wants to, say, steal the deals he's trying to steal.
Give me a diplomacy check. Anyone who wants to help him can try to do the aid another action.
I'll help. And
All
you
right,
got
now
the +1 from
plus
guidance.
1 from guidance. I mean, I've got a plus 12 diplomacy, so
Okay.
with studied target, which doesn't do much yet, but
Use my ear to face. There it is.
You.
so that's a 30 with guidance.
And then with an additional +2 from Eric doing the aid. So
32.
pretty sure this guy just gives us his bank account information.
He falls in love with Vic here.
Hey,
Here's
you
my
doing
Venmo.
anything later?
He gives us 1,000 gold.
All right. So what was the total?
32.
32.
32. All right. He says, pretty bold trying to get one over on an ambassador. I do have some information that could be useful for you for Mr. Ampre. I keep it below in my quarters. A couple of letters that could be less than advantageous for the man.
That sounds fantastic.
Yes.
Like they're almost worth their weight in gold.
Indeed. The letters themselves have brought me plenty of money by themselves, being able to extort him. But I'm sure the ambassador will find a way to render the letters useless as blackmail material in due time. So let's call it 1,500 gold pieces.
They must have brought you a lot of wealth over the days. I'm afraid that's an amount that I can't even come close to.
Give it the. Well, that.
Are you trying to haggle there, Vic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to haggle and say, what if we were somewhere around the ballpark of 300 and perhaps a favor?
He has these gauntlets that he wears that have spikes coming out of them. And you see him jab one into the arm of his seat. And he says, "What favor could I possibly need from you?" "No, I don't need any favors." And then he thinks for a moment. And he says, "You can't afford 1,500?
No, not for this.
Roll a diplomacy check. Or I guess a bluff check if you're lying."
Sure. Well, which one? Bluff's 11. Diplomacy's 12, so.
Same either way.
Yeah.
I guess it also all depends on if Vic actually has, with that 1,000, has 1,500 on him.
I mean, collectively we certainly do, but
Yeah, if we sat here and pulled all our money, but he's only thinking about the 1,000 that what's his face gave us.
Yeah,
It's now down to like
I
949.
could have possibly come up with that amount. But yeah, 23 bluff. They'll say, fine. We can go down to 1,000 gold pieces plus a game.
Out of character, yeah. Now it is getting creepy. A game. That's definitely got my interest, but the money's still unobtainable. That's still an amount that's too high for me.
how do we know the information's good?
My comrade brings up a good point. Can I see these letters first?
If you don't believe me, leave.
I believe they're good for your uses. And since I've told you what my needs are, I can believe that you think they're good for me. So, no, I'd rather stay and see if we can work out a deal that could make you rich and potentially we can help you in some way in the future.
And you think documents embroiling the Chilaxian or the Chelish ambassador in a scandal is worth less than 1,000 gold pieces. Interesting.
Ambassadors are hard to touch. There's going to be a lot more that we need to do with it. And as you said, he's slippery, and he's going to be able to deny or come up with an excuse to get himself out of any sort of letter mischief. It's the information on the letters that I really need and the knowledge. It's not that I'm going to bring them to the forefront. Perhaps a reading of the letters is worth...
Get another 700, 800 more gold pieces out of him. I've got to make a profit with this deal, of course.
You mentioned
1,000 gold pieces and a game.
What sort of game?
You ever play Knivesies before?
Out of character, isn't that game where you lay your hand on the table and you spread the fingers and then you try to stab in between them as quickly as possible?
No.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
That's what Knivesies is. Just give me a quick knowledge local.
Sure.
Oof.
I mean, I roll a 6, but I feel like I should know. Since
I should
hard
really
local.
put points into knowledge local.
It's Luca. It's a game originally from Riddleport that's only recently found
Okay.
in the city.
I was gonna say, if it was like a very local game, I feel like I would know it, but yeah, if it's new, I wouldn't.
I don't have it
Afraid I'm
trained,
not
but if
familiar.
I'm still allowed to roll it.
Unless it's a class skill, you can't roll it untrained if you don't.
Okay.
have-
I
Yeah.
thought knowledge is it was just capped at like 10 or 15.
No, if you have a knowledge skill and you don't have a point in it, and it's not a class skill, you can't actually roll it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have it as a class skill. I just need to put points in it.
So ignore my 13.
I can't say that I've heard of the game.
Oh, it'll be really fun then.
Definitely new to Eel's End.
But we can handle that once I get 1,000 gold pieces.
Well, you said you stand to make potentially 700 off of it, blackmailing this guy in the future, and he's probably going to come up with a way to deny it. So collecting all 700, not as likely. There's the future cost of money versus the cost of money now. 700 in your hand now is definitely worth more than a potential 700 in the future. You could use this 700 to invest. How about 700 now and the game?
Cope's banker is showing.
I would say he was born to play this character.
It's more logical than the plan I was going to offer.
Hit somebody with the dragon.
No, my plan was to make him gamble it. Say something like, how about we gamble it on the game? If we lose, you get 1,000 gold pieces and you get to keep the information. And if we win, we pay 500 and get the information. Either way, you win.
That would have been a good way to go.
And then the moment he brings up the documents, I clunk him in the head, take it, and dab out a window. Because fuck this guy.
Meanwhile, we have like 2 people in the party that probably can't swim.
Yeah.
With your diplomacy, you've already gotten him to lower the price by 500 gold pieces. He's pretty adamant on the price he's on now.
Are you a wagering man?
Why, you could say I am.
Well, what if we leave this all up to chance and make it a gamble on the game? If we win, your price comes down to 500 and the documents. If we lose, it stays at 1,000 and the documents. Either way, you get paid. And we all get the rush of gambling.
I'll tell you what. I was going to have you play Knivesies against one of my boys here. In fact, he glances over at Yargan. I was even going to let you get a little revenge here on my friend, but if we're raising the stakes, I'm going to be the one you're playing against.
Well, if you're picking your best man, then I get to pick mine.
It's only fair. And he
Vic
looks,
turns around, looks at his crew, like, who the hell wants to do this?
he looks to the other guys and he tells them, start clearing off the tables, and they start just pushing off all their drinks, all their food they've been eating onto the floor.
Vic does turn back around and say, extends a hand and says, so we've got a bet?
He'll shake your hand.
All right.
If I'm gonna be the wind up doing the knives thing, Merrick might need to slap me with another heel because
it depends on what the
bet
knife
it's-
game. It depends on what the game is.
yeah, we don't know though, so
Vic's
it's like
gonna step back and turn back around and say, okay, explain the game to me, and I'll pick my man. Because it might be Kier if it's like a dexterity throwing contest.
For me.
yeah.
Simple game. 2 contestants stand on top of opposite ends of a long wooden table. Their right hands are bound to their side with boiled leather straps. At that moment, you guys get one thrown to your feet. As he has his guys start tying his hand behind his back. Belt pouches are fitted to their waist, and a dagger is stuck in the tabletop between them. Suddenly, one of the guys sticks a dagger right in the middle. The game begins after a count of 10. Then the audience bets by tossing gold pieces onto the table. As the game begins, you got to make a choice. Are you going to go for the gold, or are you going to go for the knife? The game ends when either someone falls off the table or someone is unconscious or dead. If someone merely falls off the table, then the winner is decided by how much gold each contestant has managed to grab.
Vic picks up the bold strap, turns around, looks at Luca.
Yeah, I was gonna say out of character. If it's a knocking off the table, Luca just
Yep.
bull rushing this man into the stratosphere.
This is like this is everything I do.
Merrick will pat him on the shoulder. You've got this, and again, cast a guidance.
just kick the shit out of him.
If anyone has a cure wounds, I am
Oh.
still wounded.
Yeah, I'll lay cure light wounds on you.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just in case.
Oh, I explained it a little wrong. You lose if you're unconscious, dead, or knocked off the table. And the game ends if no coins remain on the table. If the game ends by no coins remaining on the table, then you count up the coins. Any other way, it doesn't matter how many coins you got.
Gotcha.
Does that look like it's adding 3? I think my Cure Light Wounds macro is screwed up inside the spell.
Oh, I already did a cure light wounds for 10.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no worries.
Uncast.
So when we're doing this, we're like standing on the table.
Yep.
Okay. I'll have to just like be off-centered on the thing, but it doesn't really matter.
All right. I will share with you guys the rules of Knivesies here. But it's pretty simple. You're going to pull up initiative. Don't roll yet. Okay, now you can roll.
All
So
of us
if
are
you
just
knock him off, you got to make sure you've got more gold than he does when you knock him off.
Well, no, he said that it doesn't matter if you have enough gold, but if he's off the table,
A knockoff or in an elimination from being unconscious or dead are automatic losses.
Oh,
Yeah. The gold only matters if all the gold is collected off the table, and then otherwise.
Like my bull rush is good. Don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be my overrun bonus.
Mm.
So
Yep.
I mean, still,
all it needs
probably-
is 5 feet though. So
Yeah, because if it was like me up there, I'd be having to do some jimmying stuff to just stab him to death. But you
Yeah.
can just probably kick the shit out of him.
hmm
plus your unarmed strike is vicious compared to he might get the dagger and try and kill you.
yeah.
Also, quick question: are these stairs going down?
Yeah, I don't think they're right on there, but they are going.
Okay, because I was just wondering, while everyone's distracted by the game, I want to use the stealth to slip closer to those stairs, because if he loses the game, I'm going to use the ensuing confusion to slip down and just grab the shit.
All right, there are a lot of guys standing there.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going downstairs right now. I'm just like maneuvering through the crowd to get a better angle.
Because we're all going to be throwing gold on the table, right? That's
Yeah.
the-
Vic's
And
gonna
I'll use one of the Harrow points to, because this is dexterity based, to re-roll that. Nope, I'm getting
Wow.
11. I'm staying put.
You trip over one of the bar stools.
Twice.
Why can't I roll good in this game?
I feel that.
To the bird cage.
And with that, the game begins with gold being thrown onto the table, 30 gold pieces. DeVargo is going to be the first one to go, and he's going to open up with his mad lunge for the dagger. But yeah, he is able to just grab it. But I believe that's all he's really going to be able to do. Because I'm not sure if it's an action to grab the dagger out or not.
I imagine it would be a movement to grab the dagger. If it's,
Yeah.
No, retrieving a disarmed is a standard if you have to move to get there.
Oh.
All right, then Luca.
I'm just gonna step forward and try to push this bastard off to the fucking side. So that'll be this plus 2. 27 gets a CMD.
Sumo.
Gets a knife and
All right, describe to me how you knock him off the table.
As he goes to grab the dagger, I wait for him to stand upright, and I just take a step, full open palm, and just push him back. And it goes 5 feet per 5 I succeed of his CMD.
I was about to ask, do you just shove him right back in his throne?
That's the question. How far does he? What's his CMD?
It's 22, so you only knock
Okay,
him.
so I just knock him off. But he does get a little bit of air when I push him upwards, and then falls onto the ground.
Oh yeah, he lands prone. He looks around, disappointed that he couldn't even get a stab off on you.
I
Vic
suppose that
offers
means
him
I
a-
win.
Vic offers him a hand to help him up.
We just pool shark this motherfucker.
We did. But
He's
hey,
still-
he's
He
still
still gets
gonna make
500
money.
gold pieces.
Yeah, he still gets 500 gold.
He'll walk over and slump into his throne and order one of these guys to go and grab the documents.
Vic, without being prompted, would reach into the bag and start counting out gold pieces over here on the table.
While Vic's doing that, Mark will nod over, speaking to the king, nod over to the dragon in the cage and say, "What's the story of this thing?"
Say that again?
Merrick is asking what the story is of the dragon that they keep attacking and just
Throwing
sitting
things
down in
at.
the cage. Yeah.
Yeah, caught that one a couple days back. Been having a little fun with our new pet.
Is he for sale?
How much did you guys offer to pay him again?
500.
500?
Mhm.
He says, 500 more gold pieces. He's yours, bud.
Mark,
I
well,
look,
Local
look-
knowledge. Can you buy a little dragon like that on the street?
Pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
they're like house cats.
Yeah.
How much do they cost?
It's just a matter of how much of a bleeding heart Merrick is
yeah.
making
Yeah.
himself right now. Honestly, for a crime boss, I don't blame him. When someone shows weakness like that, you're like, yeah, give him more money. I
Yep.
just want to get back that masterwork dagger that was from Grajan that's on the floor right in front of me.
Oh yeah, that's easy enough just to grab.
Yep, I just scoop it up when no one's looking.
I would just
Because
turn to
I
Merrick
was
and be like,
originally gonna have Vic just show it as like a token of, hey, this is what we did, and he's like, a gift to you. I'm like, fuck.
but I just look back
I
at.
felt like it was Putin taking that Super Bowl ring.
I love that. I love that fucking story.
Right.
It is really good.
Anyway, I just look back at Merrick after he's asking about that and the money. He's like, it's like not the time.
Yeah. Mark for sure wouldn't say anything more about it.
Merrick, roll a perception.
Oh god, is it going to be making doe eyes at Merrick?
Yeah, it's like mouthing "help me."
Fortunately, Mark doesn't have 500 gold. We'll save. Okay. He manages to hold back his feelings and just makes a mental note of this.
Oh, man, it would be such like the thing that would happen in a movie. How well this deal has gone so far,
And then it
screwed
fucking
it up
falls
over
apart.
being a fucking bleeding heart.
We just have to kill them all.
Yeah, I mean, we could always come back later. Just kill them all, get our money back, free the dragon.
We do know that he is meeting with a group of thugs right now, so usually he might not have this many people in here.
I think the barkeeper was being facetious about us being that group of thugs.
I think this is just his entourage.
Yeah.
And you don't go anywhere without your entourage.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where someone asks you, is that seat taken? You say, sure it is. You're sitting there. And then that person sits down.
I don't know. These guys all kind of bring the same thing to the table.
Anyway, so we get these documents, or
Yeah,
how's it going?
We gotta start
Yeah,
slow counting
putting-
this money.
This is putting Merrick marinate on his decision. Soon enough, the documents are brought up, and he explains what's been going on this whole time. He tells you guys that he's learned of a scandalous affair between the ambassador that he was having with the wife of an important noble back in Chiliax. Apparently, the ambassador and the woman have been corresponding since Ombre was first stationed in Corvosa. When DeVargo heard these rumors, he paid the man a visit. DeVargo attempted to befriend the ambassador, giving him a gift of several vials of shiver, proposing an open line of trade with Chiliax. And he's sort of going on this brilliant plan of how he's blackmailed this man. You know, sort of, patting his own back about the whole thing. The ambassador initially refused and had DeVargo escorted from his home, but DeVargo pickpocketed the man's house key as he left and returned later that night to return the key and seal several of the ambassador's letters. DeVargo had been selling the letters back to the ambassador at the rate of one every few weeks, taking great delight in the man's discomfort whenever he visited Eel's End to purchase one of them.
That's pretty good. he will hand over the gold in exchange for the letters.
All right. He hands over the letters, keeping to his word for 500 gold pieces.
Say this is very nice first meeting, and perhaps we can work together in the future or do business of some sort.
Yes, and tell your pointy-eared friend over there, if he ever wants to come back and buy Majinko, he's 600 gold pieces now.
I will let him know.
Maybe he can win it by playing pachinko. I don't actually say that.
So that isn't.
And with that, you guys are free to leave.
Yeah,
You could always gamble for the dragon.
Let's not push our luck. I actually literally, when Vic says that, I grab him by the collar and just kind of start pulling him backwards.
All right. Too much of a good thing for one day. Oh, you did get a 19 on that roll. Okay.
Oh, what my
Your
full
combat
rush?
maneuver.
Yeah. Like it really felt like we just did that full run around. Like we knew what this was after all, and we just fucking put him through the ringer for it.
Yeah, there's a very good chance you didn't make that. So.
Oh yeah.
But I do like this first round. Looking sumo as day one.
Right.
After we get to a safe distance away from all the boats, just Luca's just grumbling like, I really don't like those people.
I don't like this situation.
Not at all.
Tell me, Luca, how is this helping us find your daughter?
At the point it is, I'm not quite sure, but I'm really hoping that the queen will be true to her word, and with the knowledge that she would have access to and the people she would have access to, the chances of me finding my daughter would go up exponentially.
She had such a wealth of resources and information to find your daughter, then why does she need us to assist the guard?
I don't know. I do not have any leads to go off of other than there's a possible serial killer that has her. And I am scraping the bottom of the barrel of plans.
I mean, we did just leave a place that might have information.
I kind of just stop. Fuck. Why didn't anyone say this before? I'm not.
I hadn't considered it until you brought it up.
I find the nearest building and I just hit myself over the head against the wall.
No.
You ever want to go back? I got your back.
Perhaps we could revisit tomorrow.
Let's keep moving. This is not good for anyone at the moment.
All right, you guys heading back to the Citadel?
The only thing other that I do is that as we're walking shortly after that conversation, I put a hand on Luca's shoulder after all that and talk more quietly so only he can hear. And I owe you a debt, Luca, and that is why I am helping you here. But I do not like this. You're being made cat's paws. And I look him dead in the eyes, and you have seen what happened the last time that I let someone manipulate me. I am aiding you, but there are limits.
I understand, and I thank you for your cooperation, and I am also getting impatient.
Well, we've got a payment of our own. You know, they want the letters. At the very least, they could give us an update on how the search is going, or the information gathering's going.
Private conversation, kid. Punch him in the
face. Sorry. Fair point. Sorry. My bad.
He has some big ears. He could probably hear us from a mile away.
I've got a pretty solid perception, but no.
Yeah, I am sure at some point I'll be knocking out one of those teeth.
Have y'all seen
the end of this campaign?
Have y'all seen the new D&D movie?
Not yet.
Well, there is a scene where a character is talking and the other one goes. Or other one responds and he goes, "How do you hear that?" And he goes, "I heard that too." And he goes,
"Yeah." All right. we don't have that much time left in the session, so I do want to
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fast. I just wanted to get in that little bit.
Yeah.
continue forward. Yeah, no, that was good, but I want to continue on with the narrative for the time that we have everyone. So you guys go back to the Citadel?
Yes.
Sure enough, Field Marshal Cressida Croft is waiting there. She says, what did you manage to find out?
I guess Vic will stand up since he's got the letters and say we've obtained some information that paints a poor social light around the ambassador. Apparently he's having an affair with a high-ranking Chilaxian. I don't remember if they said nobles. Chilaxian's wife.
He's
And,
also addicted to Shiver, if that helps in any way.
You got any proof?
Yeah. These 2 letters.
You hand over the documents, and she gives them a read through, and you can see at a certain point she clearly starts like blushing at the contents of the letter, and she closes it and goes, "Nope, yep, that'll work fine."
Kind of want to read the others now.
She slides over to you guys another of 500 gold pieces.
Is there any news about what I had talked to the Queen about, how she was going to put out feelers for I'm looking for my daughter, and that's the only reason I've been doing this rather than the money?
Well, the city's healing. We're getting back control. Many of our guard regiments that we've not been able to contact in the chaos. Surely hope it won't be that much longer before we're at full operating strength and we'll be able to make true on our promise.
Just kind of like grumble to myself, not loud enough for anyone to hear. Very well.
It's very much, if you look over, Bearwalker's got his arms crossed. He's just like looking directly at you with a masked expression of
Yeah. He's swallowing it down right now, but
there's a reason why this vigilante don't trust no cops.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
trying very hard to do things by the book, but he's feeling pressured into not liking this at all.
I'm on the precipice of a big case here that I might need you guys to take a look at. So I'd like you to come in, at least check in every day with me to see when I've got everything figured out for you guys, if that's not taking up too much of your time.
Don't suppose I have much choice in the matter if I want to get assistance with this.
Sounds good to me. I think we're actually doing good for the city here.
Indeed. I know it may seem a little transactional right now, Luca, but I promise you, if we could be doing anything else for you right now, after everything you've done for me, I'd put them to work.
Fine, but I will put in that if anyone could do help with the city, I do know a few guardsmen that probably, if you haven't utilized them well enough, they could do a world of good for the guard as well. And he would drop the names of his former captain and his best friend that are actually still part of the guard.
Oh yeah, you'd see her take note.
I know they are on the up and up, and they do good jobs. Both of them are still within the guard, and while they are probably in the middle of helping you with whatever you need already, they could probably be utilized in a more direct manner if you are in need of helpful bodies.
Indeed, I'll keep it in mind, Luca.
But then, otherwise, I would probably depart if they don't have anything they need for us today.
Yep. You guys have pretty much the rest of the day to do what you want. Where's everyone going?
I would inform the group that I am in need of venting some frustration, so I am going to go to my teacher's facilities to basically get Hell Knight training.
What's the state of the riots at this point?
They've quelled down, but there are still people in the streets. But overall, it's not as violent as it once was. You're not hearing explosions in the middle of the night anymore.
But shops aren't opened yet.
Depending on where you are in the city, probably closer to the guard headquarters.
I was gonna say guard headquarters, or I imagine if you go to the academy area, if there's shops there, they're probably better off than like the poorer areas.
So you can probably find a few shops to go to.
But yeah, I would probably talk to Bearwalker primarily, but and basically saying that though the only ones that have really helped me before I had met the group of us is the one that trained me as a Hell Knight, and though I am questioning what I'm doing, they have always been the one to help me keep me grounded and focused. So that's where I'm going to be going if they need me, and I'd probably inform Bearwalker of the general area, not the actual house or anything. But if I'm not at my house, I'd be there if you need to contact me.
Understood. I'll meet you back here tomorrow. I'm going to take a walk.
And I imagine we do separate ways or whatever have you.
I'm going to go to Old Corvosa, and I'm going to hang out in an alley, and I'm going to watch that place that we were just at, because I'm going to start hunting that Jurgen fella.
Vic is going to head back to the thing.
And to be completely transparently clear, when I say hunt him, explicitly just to kill him. Like, I'm not going to try to pump for any information. He's the last one of Gadrin's old crew, so I'm going to make sure he's got 2 copper coins over his eyes before I'm done. Because I feel like Barrel Walker's starting to hit that point where being other people's cat's paw for the system is pushing him to being an actual vigilante now.
Yeah.
You'll also recall that your face was scarred by acid, and the only one there who made acid was Gadrin's advisor Yargan. Unfortunately, you, however, the Eel's End pier does have everything one needs to survive right there immediately, so you will not be successful in catching him tonight.
Well, I was rash once. I can wait.
But at what point in the night do you go to sleep, Gambo?
Oh God, I don't know. Probably when the sun is starting to rise, I make the return trip, and then I go and crash. I'm pseudo nocturnal.
All right. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Merrick and Kier, I assume you guys are going back to the Great Tower.
Yeah.
Kier?
Peace. It's
Said
going
yeah.
back to the Great Tower.
You notice definitely not as much violent rioting around there. You're able to get back in much easier. Merrick, immediately you notice the stable master isn't at her usual post, but you don't have too much time to marinate on that as Sable Company Marine comes up to you and he says, Merrick, we've been looking for you. The commandant wants to speak to you personally.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, got caught up with something that had to stay the night just for safety. Yeah, and he'll make his way towards the commandant.
You go to his office where you are abruptly let in and sat down to talk to Marcus Indrant, the commandant of the entire Sable Company, largely considered the 3rd most powerful man in the entire city. He says, that stuff. Yeah, so you're just told to enter, sit down, and he says, Merrick, it's good to see you.
Thank you, sir. I'm curious what gives me the honor.
Please, have a seat.
Yeah.
Everything is more than all right. I should let you know. In fact, we're going to be expediting your training, Merrick.
Oh. Happy to hear that. To what extent? Yeah.
You're going to train your own companion, Merrick, a hippogriff.
You see him kind of get a little. Well, he's not subtle about it, but the excitement is pretty overt on his face, even though he's.
I picture a girlish squeal with the arm shaking and everything in front of him.
He restrains that, but that is his initial almost reaction.
Do you do that low fist pump under the table?
Yeah.
He might go, let's do a quick will check to see if he at least does that. All right, he resists that too.
What is with your will rolls tonight?
Social will rolls for the win. That's a high honor. I would be happy to. I mean, I'm definitely familiar with most of the stable at this point, anyways.
He gives you a smile. And he says, "You've displayed remarkable dedication and skill during your time here. Progression has been exceptional. I believe you're ready for the responsibility."
Thank you. I will definitely not let you down. I've been looking forward to this since I can remember.
Good. The hippogriff you'll train will be the offspring of my own companion. You'll get to name it and train it to your own liking. Of course, I will lay out the usual training regimens for you.
Absolutely. I think I have most of them memorized at this point anyways. Again, I've been looking forward to this for a while.
Indeed. You won't be getting any of your Sable Company kit at this point, as you aren't going to be in the skies anytime soon. Your hippogriff still has yet to fully develop its wings, so it won't be able to fly initially.
Okay. Perfectly okay. Gives me time to bond with it, and last thing I want is to be bucked in midair.
All right. And at this point, he'll start going over sort of the step-by-step of raising a hippogriff, much of which you already know because you've been serving at the second end of the stable master. Now, Kier, what are you doing while Merrick is over at the office?
Probably setting up shop to brew a few potions, since I got that ability back this level.
Another Sable Company Marine walks in and he says, "I've got a letter here for Kier Muzanesp."
I'm surprised they knew where I was, but yes, I'm here. A letter, you say?
Indeed. He slips it into your hands. I will share that with you.
I'm disappointed Michael didn't have the delivery person intentionally pronounce his last name wrong. I've got a letter here for Kier Moosefeet. They're Kier Moosefeet.
Here you have a handout in the Book One Handouts folder. It's labeled Handout 1-3.
1-3. That's a familiar emblem. The letter reads, "Dear Kier Muzanesp." I mispronounce it now. I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. I am Gloria Arcona, the Lord of House Arcona. Hey, we just learned about that guy in school today. And I have recently come across some information about your past endeavors. Well, I must admit that circumstances have not been entirely favorable for you. I believe that every setback presents an opportunity for growth and redemption. I have been informed about your expertise in alchemy and your previous involvement in the apothecary trade. Your skill and knowledge are highly valued in my realm of business, and I would like to extend an offer that may be of interest to you. I am aware of the unfortunate circumstances that led to the closure of your shop and would like to provide you the chance to rebuild your life and career. Please understand that it is merely an initial invitation. Our meeting will serve as an opportunity for us to assess each other's suitability for a potential collaboration. Trust is of paramount importance to me, and I intend to ensure that our partnership is built upon a solid foundation. However, I am confident that we can find common ground and create a mutually beneficial arrangement. I have instructed Marigold, the halfling shopkeeper, whom you graciously helped in the past, to be your point of contact for arranging the meeting. You may find her assistance helpful in preparing for our discussion. I trust her judgment, and I believe she can vouch for your character. Please consider this invitation with due deliberation, as it presents an opportunity for you to reclaim your former glory and build a successful enterprise. I look forward to meeting you in person and discussing our potential collaboration. May this letter be the first step toward a promising future for both of us. With warm regards, Lord Glorio Arcana. Well, this is certainly an interesting opportunity.
Jam, were you part of the Freemasons or something?
I think that said, Jesse, we need to cook.
Yeah,
This is my own private domicile, and I'll not be harassed, bitch. That's honestly the best line of that whole show.
Vic, do you do anything? Where do you go at the end?
He's going back to the bank, and he is going to access his vault now that some of the shops are open, and he is going to start liquidating the stuff that he has in there that he got from Gadrin, because now he's realizing that his team is going to need a healing wand. Not team, but group of fellow crew, whatever the hell we're calling
with your diplomacy and stuff, you could probably convince us we're a team.
Yeah, that's not the hardest sell.
Yeah. So I'll do it off camera, but if you'll let me, I'll start tallying up the sold stuff that I have in Vic's locker quote to start selling.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We are going to end the campaign for this session by cutting back to our friend Barrow Walker.
God, that was a short one.
Yeah, what a campaign.
In the campaign. Good lord.
Come on now.
End goals achieved.
Yeah.
I got my hippogriff. We're done. That's
Barrow,
my capstone.
you are sat alone in your dimly lit room, and your tired eyes are fixed on the flickering candle flame in front of you. And you're just sort of sitting there, and what are you thinking right now?
Honestly, for a guy who's helping someone out for a goal, Barrow feels kind of directionless, I would say, in a way. I think that's closing in on a little bit. It's clear that he can't just keep his head down, and his goal of taking out Gadrin is complete. And he had that dream about the blue fangs, but he hasn't found anything about it. So I would say he just kind of feels lost and kind of like silently asking Pharasma for guidance on what's the proper course of action here. What fate has she written for him?
As you are doing that, you hear a knock at your door.
I'll take a full 20 seconds to shake myself up and get to my feet. And I'm coming. 1 moment. I do the thing that I always do where I open it up just a crack.
It's your good friend Freely Walks.
Hello. How can I help you?
He has a mischievous grin on his face, and he holds a small, worn-out, looks like a sheepskin bag or something in his hands. And he's got a twinkle of excitement in his eyes. And he says, Barrow, my friend, look what I managed to smuggle in. It brought a taste of home just for you. And he reveals to you that this is a brand of Shawanti alcohol known as Spirit Brandy.
Oh, it's been a while. You sure you want to? I mean, I'm probably not the first person you'd want to share that with.
No, come on, Barrow. You'll share a drink with me, won't you?
Sure. Yeah. Come in. Pardon the lack of anything.
Yeah, I imagine just completely bare surroundings.
The most interesting stuff I have is bundled up and hidden underneath my bed because that's that's like my vigilante gear with Crab Smasher and everything.
He would pour 2 glasses of the amber liquid, and he says, "To old times and the memories we hold dear." He lifts up his cup, waiting for you to do your own toast.
To the horizon and the roads we are yet to wander.
He'd clinked his cup against ears and take a drink of the Shawanti alcohol.
I'll do likewise.
Suddenly, the stale air of your lodgings are replaced with the touch of nostalgia. And he says, "You know, Barrow, when I first arrived in the city, I never thought I'd find friends like you at all. It seemed like a distant, unimaginable thing."
I don't imagine you'd make a lot of friends that look like hell shat them out.
Barrow, my friend, let us cherish these moments.
I suppose so.
Okay. I'm going to check something real quick.
Yep, no problem. Just let me know when I need to do the fortitude save for the poison and the alcohol.
Indeed.
The real trick was the explosive rune at the bottom of the cup.
Well, see, that's the poisoner's trick that the movies always get wrong, is you don't poison the bottle of alcohol, you poison the cup you pour it in, obviously.
Roll me a perception check.
All right. 18.
Your friend freely walks, drinks his brew, and he has a truly joyous expression on his face before he topples to the ground.
Is he dead or
He's
just
either a featherweight
drunk?
or dead, yes.
I work with dead bodies, so I feel like I'd probably know how to do a bare minimum of checking.
Roll another perception check.
Oh no, Doc, how much is
Natural 20.
There's a man outside your window.
I dive for a dagger that I have hidden underneath my bed.
All right, roll for initiative.
I might miss this if we're going on long for this.
It's not going to be it's not going to take much longer.
Okay.
I'll swap my token to that. Technically speaking, all my vigilante talents and stuff still work even when I'm in civilian identity.
Hopefully when I do this, you guys shouldn't actually be able to see the name.
Yeah, if you have it unmarked on the token as not being able to be seen by the
I
players.
got it. Having it on the GM layer should work, right?
Oh yeah, then it won't even appear on the initiative tracker at all.
Yeah. Oh.
Then in that case, it's
What Dex?
Yeah, you have to like take the name off of the character sheet or put the setting where it.
But my dex is 16.
Your Dex. Then he is going to go first. So I need you to make me a will save.
14.
That is a failure. You are under the effects of hold person. And the man, at this point, he just opens up your door and he pushes in a wheelbarrow. Clearly, at this point, you see Freely is no longer breathing.
Mm-hmm.
He slumps Freely into the wheelbarrow. He looks over at you and he says, he comes up real close, his mouth right up to your ear, and he says, "When you're strong enough, you and your friends seek me out. And when you find me, call me by my true name, Rolf Lamb." And that is where we're going to end the session.
All right.
All it makes me think of is Wolfram, and he's a wolf man with goat horns.
And last